Wow, what a great keynote. Now, in this keynote, we saw about how technology was being used to solve the world's problems. I'm Lawrence Moroney. I'm reporting from the Coffee with a Googler stage here on level 2 of the Moscone. And some of the technologies that we saw in play during the keynote were things such as the Android M developer preview. I'm looking forward to downloading it and trying it out for myself. We also saw updates to things such as Android Wear and some fabulous stuff that's available in the Internet of Things space, such as Project Brillo and Project Weave. I particularly enjoyed the Photos app and some of the things that we saw that are available in the Photos app, and the fact that we can store all of our photos and videos online for free. But I think the crowning glory of it was the stuff that's happening in the virtual reality space. There was the new Project Cardboard was announced, and I see people walking around with the new Cardboard devices now. And including that, there was also the Project Jump, which will allow you to film your own virtual reality 3D videos. It's just incredible stuff. And speaking of videos, we've got this great new series that's coming on the YouTube developers channel. It's called Made with Android. Let's take a look at that now.
How far away are we from the
52 miles.
Oh, wow. It's still going strong. It's still pinging regularly with locations, and that's fine.
My good friend Vimal is great at coming up with crazy ideas, and I love helping him implement them. And he told me about his crazy awesome idea to send cameras up on weather balloons, and I was all in. I'm Heather Brundage. I'm an engineer and explorer, and I like to go on crazy adventures.
I'm Vimal Balodia. I'm a serial entrepreneur, software engineer, and maker of random things.
We're the Casa de Balloon Club, and this is Made with Android.
Launching weather balloons is kind of an interesting engineering challenge, plus the fact that you can get pictures of the Earth from 80,000 feet, where you actually see the complete blackness of the sky and the curvature of the Earth, and it's absolutely incredible.
We used Android because it was a very affordable device. Another reason why we used Android is it had fantastic documentation.
One of the greatest things about Android was that it was very easy to pick up. Literally just downloaded the SDK, read through the first tutorial on how to build an app, and then built the first prototype of this all in an afternoon.
And instead of using this battery, we're going to be wiring in one of these holders.
Up above 30 to 40,000 feet, the normal lithium batteries that are sitting in your phones will not work all the way up there because they'll just freeze. We actually have to hook our phones up to external battery packs that are using disposable lithium primary batteries. I actually do all of this in my living room. I just have a little bench, and you don't really need that much to do a project like this.
Our most basic payload is just an Android phone. And with that phone, we're able to get GPS location as well as altitude. Android allowed us to take control of the phone in a low-level way that we needed. We're using these phones in a way that they're not designed for, and other phones don't let you do that.
So the app that we developed for our balloon launches is pretty much the polar opposite of a normal well-behaved mobile app. A normal well-behaved mobile app tries to be very careful about power consumption. It tries to play well with all the other apps that are running. It doesn't want to hog resources. We want it to be running all the time. We never want it to sleep. We want it to always be the most important app that is running, and make sure that if for whatever reason the phone reboots because of a low power situation or something, our app comes up and running.
That's something that a lot of other phones don't allow you to have access to, but Android allowed us to have that control.
And there's our phone booting up. Good times.
Checked the weather for this Saturday, and actually it looks fantastic.
Ahead of time, I end up doing a lot of work on the computer, and I'm looking at wind simulations to figure out a good launch location, as well as expected drop zones, checking that against no-fly zones and airports in big cities to make sure that we don't have any issues.
And oh, it'll pop over Los Banos and land
A little bit
a
over
little
Fargo.
Fargo.
That's not a bad area. Nice.
Sweet. So it looks like Saturday's gonna be good.
We do run extra predictions right at the time of launch, since wind predictions are only so good and they can change.
I'm going to be preparing the payloads, putting in the batteries, turning on the phones, just doing a final check to make sure all the software's running. It looks like it's working.
We've also added in an Android camera. So it's not a phone, it's specifically a camera, so it's much better than the camera in just a regular Android phone.
There are a lot of different things to worry about in these payloads. We have a bunch of trade-offs with respect to weight, power consumption, the electronics and their sophistication.
You guys ready?
At the day of the launch, we have a minimum of 3 people. We have the helium person, the balloon person, and the lift person. And then ideally, we also have a 4th person with us who's reading off the directions.
Slide balloon neck approximately 3 inches over the PVC balloon fill nozzle.
This is by far the hardest part.
All right, helium fill,
Ready?
go.
Ooh, he's perfect.
Great! Yay!
All right. Then we tie the payloads to them, let them go, cross our fingers. 3, 2, 1.
Go, little balloon, go! You can do it!
Wow, that's really awesome to see. Oh man, look at that, it just... Woo!
Yes! Once the balloon is in the air, we're actively tracking it.
We have 2 devices in there. They're both sending us GPS location. So they're close. They're a little off from each other. But you can see she's drifting southeast ever so slightly, which is exactly what we expected.
We do lose contact with the balloon at about 20,000 feet when it leaves cell reception. The cell phone is still getting GPS data up to about 60,000 feet when it then loses GPS data. When the balloon rises, it expands, and when it gets high enough, it bursts. And that's when the parachute deploys and it starts to descend back to Earth. At this point, it's falling at about 5 meters per second with a parachute, and it's spinning around. So it takes it a while to get a cell reception and a GPS lock once it gets below there. It could land on a freeway, which we hope not. It could land in a farm field, or it could land in the water. We don't know.
The worst possible thing that could go wrong is that the payload actually lands on a road or inside a crowded area, and we take a lot of precautions in choosing both our launch site as well as our expected landing site to make sure that that's not going to happen.
We could just lose the balloon completely, have no contact with it. The batteries could die, the phone could stop working, the program could crash and not reboot, and if we don't hear from it, we're not going to get it back.
About half the launches that people have done and blogged about, they never saw again.
Hey, to a great launch.
Cheers!
To a full recovery.
To full recovery.
Here we go.
Oh, whoa.
She went pretty far south.
So it's in a field. We don't have to worry.
Yeah, right in a farm field.
Perfect.
Let's go pick it up.
This was a perfect day for Central Valley wind. It was exactly as we usually expect, a nice southeast wind.
Yeah, so I'm about as zoomed in as I can possibly be.
And here, wait, let me show you the map.
So one of the great things about using an Android phone is actually, in addition to using GPS, also using network triangulation. So we have a much more accurate location spot on it down to a couple of feet.
Just hoping there aren't like snakes.
Or sprinklers.
Your sprinklers. Typically, we can see the red parachute sticking up. This time we couldn't, so we had this big green field and no red dot. So we had to start tromping through the field, but finally we got right on top of it, and there it was. Found it! Woo! Awesome! The Android device knew where it was well enough and was able to communicate its location to us well enough that it led us right to it. It was a homing beacon, effectively, just purely through GPS data. And even if all we knew was, hey, it's in this field, it would have taken us forever. A combine would have found it before we did. We would have had to fly over the field to see that.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, everything is still pretty safe and solid and secure.
Dang.
Oh, man, look at this.
It just tied
It
itself
pretty
in a little
much,
pom-pom.
wow.
So here is our happy, reliable phone. It's been ticking along.
Still on? Nice.
It is still on. It has a great connection too.
Awesome, let's...
Everything looks to be intact. When we recover the payloads, we bring computers with us and we like to look at the pictures.
Which is really satisfying at the end of a long day to see these pictures that you've just retrieved. If other people are interested in doing ballooning, Our code is open source and available online.
Everyone who does this has their own site and has their own blog and tells their own story about their launches and their payload and their experience. And we've read a ton of them and learned a lot from that. And we also want to share our story at casadeballoon.club.
We're Casa de Balloon Club.
And this was made with Android. The problem with regular lithium batteries is when it gets really, really, really cold, they stop working. So that's why we had to switch to lithium primary batteries.
All right.
No. Taken away from me.
Oh my God.
We're done.
Well, that was a fun video, and I hope you enjoyed it. And I'm sitting here now with the director of the video, Brian Grady. So, Brian, welcome to Coffee with a Googler.
Hey, thanks for having me, Lawrence.
you're
really
very welcome. So,
love the show.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank
you've
you.
been doing a
So,
great job with it.
for those of you guys who are watching, Brian and I came up with the concept of Coffee with a Googler together. And he's actually the brains behind the show, and he's also the beauty behind the show as well. So it's like, it's...
Thank you so much.
So-
Yeah.
so
I never
tell us-
thought I'd actually be the Googler that you were having coffee with, so this is a nice change of
It's
pace.
my
for me.
privilege, actually. So tell us about the Made with Android. That looked like a whole ball of fun.
Man, we're so excited about this new series. It's a web series. It's a documentary style, as anybody who saw it can see. And the reason we're excited about it is because, we do Coffee with a Googler. It's always talking with Googlers about Google stuff, and it's not. We don't try to be pushy, but we want to expose and make things easier for people to do.
Sure.
Made with Android is about finding people outside of Google doing things that nobody expected them to do with a phone.
Right.
And so we found out that there's a lot of people, there's a community out there, people that, because of the extensibility of the Android operating system, are able to make incredible applications that do crazy things like
flying a weather balloon.
Flying a weather balloon, or opening your apartment door when you're at the top of the stairs and your bags are full of groceries. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah,
Your hands are full of groceries. But anyway, there's things like that out
Things
there.
that people will think of that we can't think of, right?
So we're looking for stories like that. We've got a couple lined up. This is the first full piece that we've completed, and we're looking for new ideas. So if somebody's got any ideas that they know of fantastic things that are made with Android, we'd like to hear about them in our G+ comments on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
And speaking of the channel, we should talk about the Google Developers YouTube channel, which is where the bulk of my team's work ends up.
Now, what's the criteria that you're looking for somebody to pitch something for these videos?
Thanks. For Made with Android, we're looking for non-Google employees.
Okay. Rules
We
me
want,
out.
yes, we want non-commercial applications that are about fun
Okay.
or hobby, lifestyle kind of stuff,
Right.
connecting new things that people hadn't connected. We want it to be an open source project.
Right.
And we want to be able to not only entertain people and inspire people with the video, but also provide them with the code, the applications, and maybe they'll go out and do something else.
So
really
somebody
crazy.
can pick this and run with it for themselves. Like I could actually go and get a weather balloon myself now and start doing what these folks
You
did.
go to casadeballoon.club, which is
Okay.
this group's website.
I love the
team-
.club.
.club.
It's cool.
I like the Casa de Balloon, but anyway, they have a whole thing set up there, and you can go and you can download their app. You can see where they've flown. You can they have flight logs. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that
it's
is
like setting up your own space. Really, your
Yeah.
own space exploratory project.
Right.
You get these beautiful photographs of
Nice,
the Earth,
nice.
which are in the video as well.
Yeah, I always wanted to do those like the slice of pizza in space kind of pictures,
Yeah.
So in our
This-
case,
this-
we'll do a coffee with a Googler mug in space.
Yeah.
And I guess the more exotic the locale, the better.
Absolutely. We're looking for things to produce. Right now, I'm looking for things in the Mediterranean.
Okay.
If
I'm
there's any
more a Tahiti guy
developers-
myself.
Tahiti.
Yeah, I think
Well,
so.
I hear they're doing interesting things with maps down in Tahiti.
Got to get on that.
Yeah, I think we ought to get down there. and
Now,
see
now,
what's
now,
happening.
now, this show is going to go on the YouTube Developers channel, right? And there's
That's right.
lots of great types of shows on that channel. Could you
And- yeah,
tell us
so
about
we
them?
have a team of multiple producers, at least 4 full-time producers. We have, it's really like a television production company.
Yeah.
And we're putting out, I'd say 3, 4, maybe 5 different kinds of content.
Okay.
We've got very specific task-oriented instructional sort of work,
Okay.
where you'll learn to, implement an API in your application. We've got this more inspirational stuff where you see what people have done, and we don't really dive into how did they do that. But there's always a link to how they did that.
Sure.
And then we have a great lazy web show is for people, developers who don't have the time to sift through everything that comes out on the web every week.
Yeah.
We have a rundown of that. We're going to be doing a weekly Android roundup.
Sure.
In the next couple of months, we're going to start that. Probably in the next couple of weeks, I should say. Yeah.
I'm personally a big fan of the Dev Bites. Because
Oh, yeah.
as a developer, it's like there's so much new information coming thick and fast every day.
Yeah.
And it's like the nice thing about a Dev Bite is I can sit down for 3 or 4 minutes and watch the Dev Bite and then learn if I really care about that technology or not.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of investing a few hours like dissecting a sample or
Yeah.
reading through documentation,
Right.
I watch the Dev Bite for 3 minutes and I go, yes, I care about this, or no, I don't care about this.
Yeah.
So it's a great time
And that's
saver.
the format that we try to set them up, that you know in the first 20 seconds whether this applies to you. We'll suggest other videos, like YouTube does, of
Yep.
similar things, so you don't have to sit through that one if you don't want to. But if it's something that you're looking for, it's very powerful. And we're also trying to make those more entertaining. We're adding little intros and outros. Famous ones are for Google Play services that your partner Magnus is in, and
Those
he
are
does
just
a lot
insane.
of
They're great.
mayhem. So go look those up on the channel.
I
And subscribe to the channel, please.
Yeah,
You
please
must
subscribe to the channel right now. It's definitely going to be worth your click. And my favorite little ones is like when my head comes out of the coffee cup and looks around, and I look
wrote
really
that.
creepy. You did that?
I didn't
kinda
do
like
it. It was,
so
it was
creepy.
my
going,
idea. Maybe
"This
you'll
is
come
really
out of
bad."
this. Yeah. But if you look at
Post-production.
watch Coffee with the Google, you'll see people popping out of coffee cups when you least expect it.
Sure. And now, in addition to like all this stuff, we also have these Udacity courses, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, Udacity is this great partnership that's been brewing, and it's really been working really well, and we've just sort of started stepping that up a bit. I think you might actually, you're asking me a question, you might know
Yeah.
a little bit more about that
I
program.
know a little
than
bit
do.
about that, yeah, so-
yeah, so Lawrence has
I was
been,
teeing it up for
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Lawrence has been doing, making wonderful contribution to the Udacity courses.
We have a course on Google Play Services that's launching imminently. And so in that one, we're going to be covering some of the great technologies that we actually saw in the keynote. Some things such as maps and location and ads and analytics, and there's so many that we're putting in, I can't remember them all. But one of the nice things about how these Udacity courses work is that, if you're not familiar with them, is that a lot of the times video instruction tends to be a talking head, and it's a person presenting and then pointing at some code and then asking you to download something and maybe read a document, and then it's just them continually talking. It's very one way. But the way these courses have been set up is that they're much more interactive. And obviously you can't interact with an instructor, right, because they're on the computer screen, but it's lots of short segments, and then those segments usually end with a quiz or a challenge.
And don't you do occasional live streams where you'll have the experts available?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
so there is a little.
So there is that level of interaction. If you're doing the nano degree, for example, you can like interact with instructors. And there's also these code jams that they do where lots of people get together. I was actually in Dublin a few months ago for the launch of one of the study groups there, one of the code jams around the Android Fundamentals Udacity course. And it was really cool because that's when you get a bunch of developers together to start working through all the problems together. Because these courses aren't just handing you the information and expecting you to know it. They're actually challenging you to do stuff step by step.
And when a bunch of people like that get together in a room, I mean, just like as a filmmaker, to film that and capture some of what's happening is amazing.
Yeah.
So I want to do more of that.
Sure.
But you mentioned the nano degree program with Udacity. Wow, what an opportunity for people that aren't necessarily coders to learn how to code in Android, make an application, and it's all available online.
It's all available online, and you end up with a certification that you can use on your resume.
Yeah.
Right? This is like
This is getting you a job, actually.
Yeah.
You can
That's
actually
the goal.
get the nano degree and get a job. But we have also made some interstitial programming to show for Udacity. I mean, this might be a surprise for you, but I believe my friend in the control room has a video. It's the Udacity nano degree
Let's run it.
trailer.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Yeah, should
Let's
we run
watch.
it now?
Yes.
Sounds good to me. Are they running it?
I don't think we're clear yet.
The reason why I'm an Android developer is because of the platform's massive reach. Building for Android means that you can build something here and it will reach people all the way across the world. In fact, the next billion people coming online will interact with the internet for the very first time using only a mobile device. There's so many people who are consumers of technology, but I think it's so much more powerful to be a creator of technology. Everyone has unique experiences and strengths, and they can draw on that and use that to identify problems in their community and then use technology to solve that. I really feel like there's a big opportunity to show people that they can create something really amazing. You can imagine something that you think should exist, and you can actually go and build it. I can't think of anything more powerful than that. You can start your journey to become an Android developer today with Udacity and Google's Nano Degree.
Hey everyone, welcome to Coffee with a Googler. I'm here with Sebastian Thrun, founder of Udacity, and I wanted to just hear a little bit more about the announcements today in the keynote. Can you tell us and share with the world what everyone's doing, what you and your team are doing at Udacity?
Yeah, we were really pleased to see that Sundar took the time to talk about our new Nano Degree. That is basically a way to bring education to the world, to democratize education. Google, wonderful 14 great instructors at Google have teamed up with my startup company Udacity to bring education to the entire world, including Egypt and many other places.
Awesome. Where did you get the idea for Udacity? Because you used to be at Google, right?
I used to be at Google. I was a mid-level manager in Maps and eventually made it into Google X and founded Google X. And then at some point I realized one of the most important things we have to do is to provide education to people, not just information, not making just the words information accessible, but about making the words education accessible and democratize it. So I took time out, I started Udacity, and we have, I don't know, more than 4 million students. We're doing fine.
That's really awesome. And is the education primarily focused around developers, or can you share more about the breadth of the offerings that Udacity has?
Yeah, so the Android Nano Degree with Google that we announced today, which is built and undersigned by Google, by Peter Lobos and his team, really teaches people to become Android developers. So if you take the education, you get a Nano Degree, you should be able to find a job in the Valley or in the world. And in the Valley, we pay for a good Android developer easily $100,000 or more in salary per year. So it's really meant to find people a job. It's project-based. You do many projects. You do much less lectures. There's some classes, but they're optional. And it's one of the many Nano Degrees we've launched. We launched 5 other ones. I hate to say in iOS we have one.
No,
but we also
iOS
have
is cool too.
data engineering and programming, and all around computer science, all the kind of stuff. The kind of stuff that we teach is what the type of people we'd like to hire.
Yeah, and I think that's a game changer, right? It's like bringing more people into the industry and having this industry knowledge really helps more people come into our industry faster. Because I know that the next 20 years we have so many jobs, and we're going to need them filled by amazing people around the world.
Yeah, and this is kind of stuff. I mean, I'm a former university professor from Stanford, and this is the kind of stuff we can't really offer at Stanford because it is so bleeding edge. I mean, we announced a new feature here at Google I/O, and we already have a course online where you can learn how to program this. That speed cannot be matched in academia.
Yeah, and so can you tell me, so this Nano Degree program, is it free? Does it cost money? Can you tell, like, if I wanted to sign up today, what do I have to do? Do I have to have some background experience? How do I get started?
So first of all, it's free. Udacity's mission is to democratize education, and we can't democratize if we charge money. So anyone in the world can study all the content for free and do even the projects. However, to become really good, you want our feedback, you want services, you want mentors, you want code reviews, you want some engagement. And these things cost us money, so we charge money, and we charge $200 a month. Google has very graciously in Egypt just offering 2,000 scholarships for students so that students can get those services and still study for free. In terms of prerequisites, if you've never programmed before, don't try it. It's too hard. In fact, we have a little test there.
Maybe become a designer?
Yeah. No. Take a different Nano Degree. Became first. We have a whole bunch of those. You can start at the very beginning with Udacity. But Android is really meant top-level Android developer, the same way Google would hire internally.
Got it. And so you touched on, and we kind of talked a little bit about how Udacity is going to help drive job creation. I heard when I was talking to Peter backstage a little bit about this Career Summit. Can you speak to what the Career Summit is and some of the goals of that?
Yeah, that's totally cool. Laszlo Bock and his team at Google have decided they're going to invite 50 of the top Android finishers for a Nano Degree over to Google in November, all expenses paid, for a multi-day summit where we do a hackathon and you meet Google recruiters and possibly a few of them find Google jobs. So that's a great motivation to the students in the world to sign up for it, but it's also a great sign that Google is willing to really consider alternative credentials In this case, its own nanodegree alternative to conventional college credentials.
Yeah, and so it's not even that this is going to be a long-term goal. This goal can be accomplished this year.
It's going to be accomplished this year. And think about what's at stake. Like, how many people we have in the world who don't like their job, who can't get good education? Like the entire Middle East, for example. My friend Tom Friedman talks about that he believes if there's good education in the Middle East, there'll be fewer terrorists. Think about mid-career people. Like, we have stay-home moms to turn into software developers. We had a professional golf player who became a data analyst, right? These kind of shifts don't exist today, and in this workforce, we need paths for those people. If we do this, humanity could be twice as productive.
Yeah, and so you spoke about the Middle East. I know that your team has also been working with Google to enable even more educational opportunities, specifically in Egypt. Can you tell me a little bit more, and our audience a little bit more about what's going on in Egypt?
So Google has a really great working relationship with the Egyptian government, and so do we by association. And Google has decided to to translate several courses that we've jointly built into Arabic, end to end, so that a non-English speaking person could still study and become a top-notch software developer, Android developer, and so on. And on top of it, Google is putting in study centers, job centers, and stipends for students to take those materials. For me, it's great because I'm passionately following the sad news of the Middle East every day and the entire Arabic Peninsula. I truly believe if we brought good education to that specific part of the world, there'd be alternative pathways for people to get rid of their energy and do something productive. Yeah. And picking Egypt is a great launching pad because Egypt is relatively stable, has an extremely talented and inspiring population, and has actually a huge number of women in technology, as I just learned, which I think is really important to bring more women in technology.
Yeah, so as I was mentioning, so I work on the Women Tech Makers program here at Google, and my role is to increase the visibility, community, and resources for women in technology. And I think so often we don't hear of all the amazing women globally that are in the technology industry. And so specifically when we're thinking of the Middle East, so Arabic is first. Have you guys started thinking about what countries you might go to next?
We have translated various classes into up to 40 different languages when it comes to subtitling, but the narrative is still in English. We are currently took investment from Japan, from Europe, Germany, and from Brazil. We are very heavily contemplating China at this point, and we have a huge following in India. Udacity is an international platform. Our students are mostly from international countries, from all parts of the world. And that's our mission, to be global.
And when I was talking to even some women yesterday, we were talking about how, so it's like in order to, I think, really increase the participation and the graduation rate from these courses, I think what's really powerful about what you're doing is this end-to-end translation. Because I think sometimes subtitles aren't enough. Like the more that we can have natural language speakers actually teaching these courses, it makes it feel not just for women, but I think for people of any nation to have it feel like it was made for them. So I think that's a really cool aspect of what you're doing in Egypt. And so I was telling you a little bit backstage, so I had the privilege to bring together a 4-woman team to create the new Android for Beginners course.
That's wonderful.
And so those are just the women that are specifically at Google. There's also a whole team at Udacity. And our thought was, how can we bring anyone, anywhere, regardless of their background, into the Android ecosystem? What are your thoughts around how anyone can jump in and participate? Is it starting with Android? Where do you think they should begin?
I think online education is not to be underestimated in its power. It's easy to box people. I don't want to box anybody here, but I've heard some of our female students voicing, look, we feel less intimidated than in the classroom with like 90% males that are all kind of super smart and raise their hand and make us feel slightly inferior. It gives much more privacy and much more ability to, you can watch the same video 50 times if you want, and so on. It's also cultural. To me, programming Android is sexy. It's interesting. You reach how many billions of people at this point? There's 1.5 million new devices unlocked every single day. How can you possibly be heard more than if you become an Android programmer? We have 3.69 billion unique mobile accounts in the world. Half the world is on mobile. 81% is Android. I think we should just all move into it, and we should leave the old stuff behind. If you're being told you can't do it because of race, ethnicity, whatever, intellect, gender, sexual orientation, that's all wrong. Just do it.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for joining us. I really appreciate you taking the time, and congratulations on the announcement today.
Thank you so much.
The Android Wear platform is flexible enough to allow your app to display information to the user whenever it's useful. Now, this includes sharing fitness information, travel updates, or to-do lists for as long as the user might need them. However, doing this in the usual fashion means keeping the screen on full brightness and providing constant updates. This can have a big impact on battery life. But with Always On, your app can present useful information while the watch is in ambient mode, keeping your user informed while also saving precious power. Hi, I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is a quick introduction to keeping your Android Wear app always on. Android Wear operates in two primary states, interactive and ambient. When in interactive mode, the watch can display full color with fluid animation and can respond to user interactivity. This is typically when the user is giving focused attention to their watch. Ambient mode is a low power state that uses a limited color palette and is updated less frequently. This is the typical state for the watch while the user goes about their day. Always On simply allows your app to stay in the foreground while the watch is in ambient mode. And think of it like this. Your user is in the grocery store and loads your app to get their shopping list. They see they need milk and head to the dairy aisle. After a few moments, the watch goes into ambient mode. Previously, your app would have closed and the watch face would take the foreground. However, now that you've implemented Always On, you get to continue displaying relevant information to the user. It's the best of both worlds. The user gets to continue using your app while also maintaining battery life. Before we dive into the API specifics, let's look at a few quick design considerations. The update frequency you choose can be the difference between a great experience and losing any power-saving value Always On has to offer. Although you can choose any frequency between, say, 10 and 60 seconds, the default is 60, and you should only change it if your app needs it to be useful. For example, a shopping app is fine at the default, whereas most fitness apps will want to update more frequently. Another important battery life consideration is how many pixels you light up and what color you use. More pixels means more power. You should use grayscale colors and keep around 95% of the screen black. This is especially important to prevent burn-in for OLED screens, but also signals to the user that they're actually in ambient mode and they'll need to wake up the watch before they can interact with it. It's also important to avoid presenting any buttons or other interactive elements when the watch is in ambient mode. Touching the screen will actually bring the user back to interactive mode. It won't trigger the button. One last thing. Consider the user's privacy when displaying data in ambient mode. For example, keeping a messaging app on the screen could be convenient for a user who is in an ongoing conversation, but displaying personal messages on the screen for an extended period of time might bother some users. Consider removing potentially private data after a short period of being in ambient mode, or refrain from showing sensitive data in ambient mode at all. Adding Always On to your app is simply a task of implementing a different view mode. Here are the 4 primary things you gotta do to set it up. You currently need API level 22 or higher, or level 20 and up if you plan to support backwards compatibility. Make sure you have these dependencies in your Gradle build file. Add the wearable shared library in the wearable app manifest, and add the wake lock permission to the handheld and wearable app manifests. That's it. Now you're ready to start coding. You'll want to create the Always On activity. It should extend wearable activity. In the onCreate method of this activity, call setAmbientEnabled. When the watch switches to ambient mode, the system calls the onEnterAmbient method. Override this method to update your UI to a more basic view. Don't move anything around. You'll want to keep the same layout, but you'll transform into a limited color palette, stop using anti-aliasing, and remove interactive controls such as buttons and so on. When the user taps the screen or brings up their wrist, the activity switches from ambient to interactive mode, and the system calls the onExitAmbient method. Here you can switch back to your full color interactive layout. While the activity is in ambient mode, the system will periodically call on update ambient. The default is once every minute, though you can create an alarm manager to update the screen more frequently. You might do this for a running app that displays the elapsed runtime or current pace. However, to realize the battery-saving benefits of ambient mode, avoid updating the screen more than once every 10 seconds. Take a look at the documentation for more details and sample code for building great always-on experiences. Remember, the user experience you build for Wear gets to take advantage of the power and flexibility of the Android platform, along with some special functionality just for the wearable experience. It's easy to get started and possible to create truly groundbreaking UI for your users, giving them an experience that they want when they want, whether that's in interactive mode or just a glance at the ambient screen. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I look forward to seeing your app always on.
Welcome.
Hi. 大家好.
I'm Rich.
What's with Google Play to Mark?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
My name's Tim Anderson, and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team.
Hi, I'm Bethany, a designer at Google.
One of the things we're trying to do over the next decade is to end repressive censorship.
What's my next appointment?
Today at 4 p.m. Android Automotive Monthly Update.
This is an incredible place with lots of great stuff being worked on every single day.
And we're going to incorporate one more element, so let's dive in.
The show featuring actionable startup advice.
Welcome to the lab.
Okay guys, seriously. I think that's pretty awesome.
Build better apps.
Oh, come on! Really?
That's it for this time.
Good afternoon and welcome to What's New in Android. I guess this thing is being live streamed, so we should also say good afternoon to everybody else in the world.
Konbanwa, that's right.
Or something like that. I am Chet Haas. I'm on the Android UI Toolkit team.
I'm Dan Sandler. I'm on the Android System UI team in the Boston office. Boston!
And thank you for the overwhelming applause there. That was fantastic. All right, thanks for coming. That's all we got today. Good night. So let's talk about, I don't know, what's new in Android. We want to talk about like API and things like that. Except we had the idea that we should really step it up this year.
We need to be inspirational. We need to, encourage people. We need to open their minds. We need API. Functions worth calling. Sorry, I gotta pose for the picture.
So we're going to talk about, we'd like to talk about all of the new stuff, but it turns out we really don't have the time. We put so much stuff in the slides that we basically spent yesterday ripping out about 2/3 of it.
There's like another whole hour of talk that we could do on like the director's cut.
Yeah, look for the deleted scenes. There are a lot.
Unrated.
Okay, so let's dive right in and talk about some stuff, starting with, let's talk about M. So a lot of people are probably wondering what M stands for. I know we are. Any guesses? Any guesses? My personal guess is, But today, more importantly, M stands for M Developer Preview. So let's talk about how to actually build preview apps. So first of all, get the tool. So go to the site, get the tool, download the SDK and Android Studio 1.3, and you create your project the same way that you always create your project. And then you go in and you modify the project structure. What you're going to do is build against Android M Preview, not surprisingly. And then if you look, you don't have to edit. Please don't edit. Look in your build.gradle file. It'll probably say something like compile SDK version Android MNC, and then you know that you're off and running and you can use the new APIs that we're going to be talking about today. So write the code, and then obviously you're going to test it. There won't be any bugs, but if there are, you can debug it, and then just go ahead and do it again until you're done. An extra thing that we should add is that the preview process this year is a little bit different than the preview process last year. We intend to actually have a couple of different versions out there. So we're going to incorporate the feedback that we get, and we have some issues that we know about that we're working on still internally, fix those bugs, come out with another preview release, fix those bugs from that preview cycle, come out with another release, and then sometime after that dotted line that's sufficiently vague that we're not pinning down a date on that one, we've got a final release. Okay, that's the preview release. Now let's talk about a slew of APIs and features in no particular order.
In no particular order, but we do want to talk about some of the things that you saw in the keynote. And one of the first ones, hopefully this was exciting to all of you, is the changes that we made in app permissions for M to promote all kinds of great stuff around installing and upgrading. So let's take a look at it. You may recall this is what it looks like when somebody wants to install your app today. It is a wall of permissions because if your app has reached a sufficient level of complexity, in addition to being sentient, it has to request basically everything, and the user says, OK, fine, whatever. It's not like I'm not going to install Hangouts, let's say. In M, we push the button. And we see what happens. In M, runtime permissions. So when you install an app, you see none of that. You click install, it downloads, it installs. That's it, completely friction-free. And then when the app wants to go and use some feature of the device, then you get the runtime permission prompt. For an app that is going to use a bunch of permissions, you know it's, there's some things that without which it doesn't work. If you've got a camera app, it needs the camera. We recommend doing a warm welcome where you ask for all those things up front. But for other kinds of permissions where you only need it occasionally, like recording audio in Keep if you're going to do a voice memo, you can wait till the right time to ask the user. The user has ultimate control over these things. Not only can the user deny them in the moment, but they can go back into settings and find out all the permissions that your app has and all of the apps that have a particular permission and turn them off individually, line item a la carte. So that's a blank slide. It's basically everything that you've ever asked for in Android permissions, and now your app has to deal with it. What does that mean in practice? It means that you can ask for any permission at any time if you're targeting M. If you're not targeting M, you don't get any of this stuff. Legacy apps who are not targeting M, the experience they will get is basically what you have today pre-M, wall of permissions at install time. There's no other way to do it. Users can go by and for M apps, deny those permissions at the request time. For legacy apps, they can still go back into settings. For an app that has not been updated to M, if you were on an M device, you can go and turn those permissions off. Even for a legacy app, there's a dialog box in settings that says, whoa, 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 hang on there, Tex. This app has not been updated to M. It might not work right, but the user will still be able to turn those things off. So even if you don't have any plans immediately to rev for M, you need to test your app in the M emulator to find out what happens when those precious permissions get disabled by the user. There is a session. Is it today? Is it tomorrow? It'll be on YouTube regardless.
Might even be both.
Might even be both. Permissions in M, best practices, you definitely want to go to that. They will get into all the nitty-gritty details of how to ask for a permission at runtime, what to do if you don't get it, and so forth.
Actually, for everything that we're talking about today, where there is an applicable session or sandbox talk at the conference, we'll call it out and suggest that you go there for the deeper details. As we said before, we don't have a lot of time to cover things in any deep amount of detail ourselves. So
are you telling me to hurry up? Is that what you're saying?
I think you're telling me to.
I think so.
Let's talk about one of those things that we'll cover very, very quickly, voice interaction. So there is a new thing called Voice Interactor that allows you to interact with the voice input system. So there was already the capability for a voice action of the user to launch an intent and do something with your application. But now you can actually ask for clarifying information or confirmations that become maybe audio responses to the user. So you add this new category to your intent filter, the voice category, and then in your code, you could already do this. You could say, was this a voice interaction? Go ahead and do some stuff. But now you can actually say, well, actually, here's a string to create a prompt out of. Pass this back through creating this confirmation object. You're going to create a voice interaction confirmation request, and then the prompt goes back to the user. They do something with it, and then the information comes back to your activity. You get the appropriate information, take the appropriate action.
Let's talk about Fingerprint. We saw a lot of this in the keynote. It's actually pretty simple APIs. There are two major ways to get into it. One, you can talk to the brand new Fingerprint Manager in the Android hardware package, I believe, and you can say, hey, authenticate. And what this does is it verifies that the authorized user is present and is able to provide one of the multiple enrolled fingers on the fingerprint sensor. So you can enroll, you can say, I want this finger, I want that finger, and this manages to check to see whether the user can provide one of those fingers again on the sensor. But your app controls all of the UI. So if you want something that's branded, if you've got your own fancy animations, you can do all of that. This is all completely behind-the-scenes APIs that you can call to read from the sensor. If, on the other hand, you don't really need to bother with the UI and you just want to make sure that the user is still there, you can use the existing KeyGuard Manager API, create confirm device credential intent, essentially show the lock screen again. Show the lock screen and allow the user to authenticate by whatever means they usually use to get into the device, so a PIN or a password or a pattern, or on devices that support it, a fingerprint. You do this with start activity for result, you check for the OK result, and then you're good to go, and you know that the user is there. We have sample code up on the Google samples section of GitHub, Android Fingerprint Dialog, Android Confirm Credential, and there's also a sandbox talk about this today and tomorrow, about fingerprint and payments APIs. We don't have time to talk about pay right now. Go to that sandbox talk, learn more.
Let's talk about backup. So we already back up a bunch of stuff on the system. You get a new device, you get settings that are associated with your account. So we back up things like Wi-Fi settings between devices and accounts. So all of that stuff already works. So the new thing in M is, by default, all the data for all the apps that are targeting M and greater is going to be backed up automatically by default and then stored in the user's account. You have the ability to opt in and out of various portions of that if you want, so we can see some simple sample code here. So you can specify an XML file that's going to live in your XML resource directory and then use these include and exclude tags to say what exactly you want backed up or what exactly you do not want backed up. By default, everything is backed up, but if you use an include tag, then we will only do that. Or everything's backed up and you use exclude tags, and we're going to pull those things out and not back those up at your choice. Again, sandbox talk that you should go to, Unleashing the Power of Android Backup, so check that out in your schedule. Let's talk about Google Play Services. 7.5 is out. I hope it's out. Or maybe we should just delete this slide before I talk about it.
No.
Let's assume that it's out by now. Let's talk about one of the most exciting features there is GCM Network Manager. If anybody's familiar with Job Scheduler, very cool way of of making sure that your network traffic, your network requests are going to be much more optimal for the device in general. You're going to batch these things up. You're only going to do them at certain optimal times when the device is charging, when it's on Wi-Fi, whatever. That was awesome, but it's specific to L. GCM Network Manager takes that same idea and extends it to releases prior to that. So everybody that's opting into the system, it'll be able to batch up all of those requests together. Then on L, it will use the underlying job scheduler technology and APIs, but on previous releases, it uses its own home-rolled animation. I'm talking about animations again, even when
we really can't stop you, can we?
I don't know what implementation. I'm going to use the word implementation instead. That works a little better in this context. I'm going to go with that. So it's going to use its own stuff internally prior to L, and you're going to get similar functionality across many releases. So check that out. Also check out many of the other things in the latest Play Services release. You've got maps on Android Wear, some of the other stuff listed on the slide. More importantly, go to the What's New in Google Play Services session. I believe that's 2 from now this afternoon. So check that out for deeper information.
Let's talk about power. Do you want more power? Sure, we all do. In M, the focus has been on improving battery life, specifically improving screen-off battery life. A device that you're not holding, not plugged in, it should be able to sit there for kind of a long time. In the keynote, you heard about Doze, which is the big new device-wide feature that is helping us with this. Essentially, a device that is untouched for a long period of time becomes inactive. And we're actually using the accelerometer to see if you are actually moving this device around. If it's in your pocket, this doesn't count. But a device that is sitting on the table, sitting on the couch, sitting in a bag for a long period becomes inactive and waits longer and longer to wake up for scheduled repeating events and things like that. Now, as Dave said, if there are real-time alarms, if there are high-priority GCM tickles, things like that, sure, we'll wake the device up immediately. We don't want to miss an important text. But
also earthquakes.
Also earthquakes. Well,
Yeah,
okay,
it'll
so
wake up for
all right,
those.
you work on that app
All
to
right.
do the accelerometer.
All right.
And then, yeah, okay. And then as soon as you pick up the device, start interacting with it in some way, even plug it in, Doze turns off, the device goes back to syncing as normal. We're going to take the same idea as well and apply it to individual apps that you haven't used for a long period of time. And by long, I mean more on the order of days. We call this app standby. So an app that you installed a long time ago, you kind of forgot about it, you're not using it. After a while, it's going to lose network access and the ability to do other background tasks. So it can't sit there and just continually sip away at the coulombs hiding in your battery. So that app is going to go dormant until you use it again or until the device gets plugged in. Let's talk about what we saw in the keynote as now on tap. In the APIs, you'll see this is called support for an assistant. And in order to talk to the assistant, we have some new APIs that you can look at on activity and applications, so you can provide very specific information that you think is going to be relevant to something like now on tap to be able to provide you just-in-time help for the user. And so what you're going to want to do is see the SDK docs as part of the M preview release to figure out how to use those and integrate those into your app to provide the best data.
Data binding, one of the most exciting features to come out of the toolkit arena right now. This is something, it's an idea that's sort of been around in various forms elsewhere for years, and we're incorporating some of those ideas here, where it's the ability to connect the data model to some of the UI elements in your application. This is something that you do already. An application that's all UI and no data is basically a demo app. That's what I write. I write demo apps. But real applications should actually have data. And when they do, you want to propagate that information to the UI. And when it changes, you need to propagate the changes. And you end up creating listeners. You end up creating property change notifications. You've got setters and getters all over the place in your code. It's not difficult code to write, but it's a lot of tedious boilerplate that you write over and over and over again. Wouldn't it be nice if we could actually do that for you? So that's the idea behind data binding. Let's take this simple example. I think this is an example that's going to be used in the Sandbox talk that you should go to. There's one this afternoon and one tomorrow as well. So you've got this idea where you've got some pictures and you have prices associated with the items that are shown in the pictures. So you probably have some item in your recycler view that's binding to some text view and image view. Through data binding, we don't have time to go through the entire example, but I can sort of show you the end result. You end up having this new type of resource file that we've defined called a layout. It's not a view layout, but it's an overall layout that has both the view hierarchy information as well as this section of data that you associate with that view hierarchy. So here you can see that we have the layout file, and then we have this variable. We said, OK, we're going to have this item thing that we're going to call item that we can refer to then within the file. And then we have the image view and the text view that can automatically bind to the data in there. So using this simple language, they can say, OK, give me the field in there and bind to that instead. And they can also do additional processing on that. So they can actually format the string, pick up a string format object from the strings resource file and attach that to extra information associated with several variables. So very powerful, very simple, and also very performant because all of the hard work is actually done at build time. So it takes all the information created in your resource files, pre-processes that into the code that's actually going to run at runtime. So we're not doing anything tricky like using reflection at runtime, which you really wouldn't want to do. Instead, we sort of pre-process this into very efficient mechanisms that work fast enough at runtime for you. So please check out the talk on the feature. Let's talk about some more. Yay, data binding.
Fans of data binding.
Awesome.
We found our crowd. These are our people, Chet.
You know, they should have talked about data binding in the keynote. Because we talked about keynote items, no applause. Data binding, big applause. All right, we're going to go back, we're going to rewind, we're going to redo the keynote, and it's going to be all about data binding. 2.5 hours on data binding.
We'll fix this in post. That's right.
Excellent. All right, UI features. This is sort of a mix of stuff, the most important of which is probably the Android Design Support Library. Again, there's a sandbox talk you should go to find out the specific details there. So with material design, we had lots of suggestions and patterns and said, this is the new way to do things. And then developers went forth and did things. And they wrote a lot of code in the process, trying to figure out, and everybody's doing their own implementation of this and that. What we're trying to do with the Design Support Library is embed some of those practices into these components that we then just give you, and you can use these. Hopefully get up to speed on material design a little bit faster and use our implementation. It's going to be a little more consistent, and it's certainly going to be a little bit easier for you to do that. The first of which is worth mentioning, the coordinator layout. This is something that associates the views, the hierarchy, and then the behaviors of those views in there. Several of the components that we're talking about here plug into the coordinator layout so that they can interact together and sort of participate in this common playground. We have the snack bar component. We've got tab layout widgets. We've got navigation view, text input layout. This is the ability to actually see some text that says what you're supposed to be doing with this thing, as well as some error validation text in there. And then the fab. Everybody always asked us for the fab, and we're like, it's just a circle with a shadow. But apparently they wanted it.
Now it's an inspirational circle with a shadow.
It's very inspirational. I'm inspired. All right, some other random UI changes. There is work ongoing in Recycler View, powerful new replacement-ish for list view that came out in the last release. So there's other features and functionality going into that, such as swipe to dismiss and drag and drop, and some new animations associated with that. See, animations work there.
They did.
So animations in its implementation. And then we have some changes in WebView, post message, so you can have the ability to interact between WebView and JavaScript and post messages there. We also have more diagnostic capability around WebView clients. And also the ability to pre-render to an off-screen raster in the situation where otherwise it might flicker on the screen during an animation. Takes up more memory. There's a trade-off between memory and preserving those bits more solidly so you can make the right decision for your application.
And all that stuff is in the SDK docs as well as part of the M preview release, I believe.
Yes. Notifications. Why don't you talk about notifications?
You thought you were going to get away without me giving you a notification lecture, but this is my baby. I'm going to talk about notifications. Fortunately, there isn't nearly as much to take in as there was in Lollipop. Lollipop is kind of a bumper crop for us. In M, the first thing I need to explain is a new class. Chet let me work in his team's package for a little while and build something called Icon. Icon is not all that complicated. That's why I built it. All it does is hold either a drawable resource, ID, or a bitmap, or a byte array that you promise contains a compressed bitmap of the sort that Bitmap Factory can decode. Why do we need this? Because now, when you build a notification, you can just pass one of these icon objects to set small icon in the builder. You are using the builder, right? Nobody's calling set latest event info anymore.
Who's using the builder?
That's right. That's right.
All right, who's not using the builder?
I'll see you outside.
Get out.
That's right. OK, so great, Dan. So you took what was one line of code, set small icon of a resource ID, and now you've made it 3. Now I have to construct this other icon. By the way, the old set small icon API does still work. We don't deprecate APIs that fast around here. I don't know. How long does it take before we can actually kill a deprecated API?
3 milliseconds? No. Not. No.
17 milliseconds. No, wait, that's a drop. That's a frame.
We're going to drop a frame. That's
okay,
jank.
that's not
That's
good. No jank, not on this stage. OK, Dan, why do we bother? Why is this important? I told you that an icon can contain a resource ID. It can also contain a bitmap. you can use a bitmap for the first time as the small icon in a notification. So if you've ever written an app that posts notification icons like these, and you have had to cut 60,000 assets to contain every combination of weather and temperature, although for California users, obviously, you just need the one. Now you can generate these things on the fly using a bitmap. If you download an asset from your web backend or something, an avatar icon or something, and it's a ping, you don't even need to decompress it. So this actually saves memory. This saves time moving things between processes. I'm pretty excited.
Ladies and gentlemen, icons with bitmaps.
There we go. That's right. Sometimes it's the little things.
Who knew?
Who knew? Let's move on.
Let's talk about some tech stuff. A couple of different interesting changes going on there. First of all, the gestures around text selection have been improved, make it a little bit faster to choose things more accurately and more quickly. So you drag the handles out, and as you expand the area, you expand by word, and as you contract by character. So you can have the same precision, but you can also select larger blocks of text much more quickly than you could before. Also, I want to point your eyes to the screenshot where you can see the floating palette of actions. This is maybe not such an issue on a small phone screen, but if you're using a large tablet device and you select text way down there and then you have to reach all the way up to the top of the screen to hit the action bar, sometimes it's so tedious for we people that don't actually get much exercise during our coding days. So what we have now are floating palettes, and we've enabled this by default in text view. So you've got a text view up, which this example is from. You select the text, and automatically the floating palette of actions is right there. If you have other views that are not these default text views that we enabled this for, you can set your own action mode, get the same behavior. We also have the ability to process text. So you can create the capability in your activity to receive this information to say, oh, they just selected this text, what would you like to do with it? And you can translate that information, you can replace the word for them, you can send back other suggestions, or you can do other things with the text that got sent in. So check out the new text processing APIs. And also, there was a lot of work done with both performance to enable this higher quality formatting, as well as the formatting itself. So we have the ability to format text much more nicely with hyphenations. And also to shape that text.
Hey,
so
hey, Chet, I think people have been watching for an API for like this for a while.
Have they? So you know what this means?
I do.
All right. All right, well, there it is. All right, we're done. And you may be wondering, why would you want your text in a circular format?
We did this joke already. All right, let's start again.
No.
I'm Dan.
I was doing a different one.
I see.
Parallel jokes, app linking, go.
Okay, so app linking, we touched on this a little bit in the keynote, and the problem that we're trying to solve is one that we created with an amazing feature in Android, that is to say intent filters. You as an app can say, by the way, these URLs, I know what to do with them, and you're expecting that the user, having had an app installed that knows how to handle a particular URL subset, can do the right thing with it. But sometimes you have an app and you have a domain and they're owned by the same developer, and that relationship is stronger. And so app links are about understanding that relationship. And we've got documentation about this on the preview site as well. So what we're going to do with app links, the way that you establish the link that we saw in the keynote where a URL goes directly to your app if you also control that domain, is you're going to have two files. One, you're going to have a statements declaration. We put that on the website in a well-known location, specifically .well-known. It's a bundle of JSON that includes, among other things, the APK package name and the certificate hash that you extract from KeyTool. You'll note that here in the example, it's HTTP example.com. That'll be HTTPS by the time M is finished. You put this statements JSON up on your web server, and then in your manifest, wow, that jumped quickly. What happened there? There we go. In your manifest, you say Android auto verify. That's all you do. You add that to your existing intent filter that can handle certain URLs, and now we will go and look for that statements.json manifest. From your manifest. So here's what happens at install time. When your app goes in, the package manager looks, sees auto verify, will go to the website, try to pull down statements JSON, match that hash to the signing certificate on your APK, and if everything works out just fine, an app link is created, and now links to those URLs will open in your app without bringing up the intent disambiguation chooser. If anything fails about that, if the website doesn't have statements JSON, if the certificate doesn't match, if the package doesn't match, nothing happens. You revert to the old behavior, and those URLs will pop up an intent chooser that allows you to pick between the browser or the various apps on the device that can handle that URL stem. And of course, as with everything else in M, the user can take control. You can go and review and modify those app links in settings. Got a fan back there.
Can we talk about sharing? Let's talk about direct share, which is the ability to share deeper information about your activity, or specifically deeper links into your activity when appropriate. So wouldn't it be nice if someone clicked on something, it fired an intent, and you actually had some context around that and could actually share something more interesting? So instead of launching your overall chat application, you could actually launch the conversation that was in progress with the contact that they just clicked on. Wouldn't it be nice if you could offer alternatives that appeared in the chooser dialog like this stuff? So here's how you do it through direct share. You provide information with your intent filter about chooser target service. You say, when you're going to do this intent, launch my service. And my service can be defined like this. Say it's a chooser target service. And you're going to implement that service and override this method and say, OK, when this method is called, I'm going to return potentially a list of possible targets, including maybe the overall activity and some of the deeper activities, the deeper links that are appropriate. And then what you're going to get is something more like this, where you have the typical activities at the bottom that were already listed before. We already had this capability, but maybe some of these deeper links up at the top that are more appropriate to the context that the user was actually interested in at the time.
Let's talk a little bit about support for stylus. We've actually supported styluses since way back in Ice Cream Sandwich. We've had constants in the motion event APIs to allow you to detect that a particular touch stream is actually not coming from a finger at all, but coming from a stylus tool. We've got buttons that you can query to see if they're being depressed, pressure and size data as well. Now, of course, as many of you know, you can get some of that pressure and size data out of a piece of capacitive glass, but for a stylus, you get accurate information. Unfortunately, until now, this only worked for a wired digitizer, like a tablet that you plug in, or a built-in active digitizer like a device with its own pen. So what we've brought in M is a couple of things. First of all, a declaration that you can create a data stream. Let's see, what is it? Bluetooth HID over GATT. If you're a Bluetooth LE person, that means something to you. If you
Get over bat.
Chet crashed. We're going to have to restart him. If you send your pressure and button data over the HID protocol, over BLE, Android M will fuse this with touch data on the glass. What this means is you can build a Bluetooth stylus that then is reported as a stylus to any app on any M device that supports Bluetooth LE. You don't need special hardware that's dedicated to that device. The app does not need to be revised to support a particular type of stylus protocol. It just gets touch stream events through motion event, and if you are aware and you care that it's a stylus, you can interrogate that data. So this is stylus support for every app and every M device, given the stylus, given the correct hardware on the stylus side. Wow, this is doubled up. Thank you. We've got one more. Yeah, it's taken a couple bumps here. I'm going to need to ask you to do it.
You want me to use that? You need some practice with that clicker.
Ooh, all right. Watch it. I do want to point out that we're also adding a couple revisions to motion event in M to help you deal with styli. For one, we're going to have action button press, action button release, which we didn't have before. Previously, you would have to just check to see what the button state was when you got another motion event. We've also introduced new constants for the primary and secondary stylus button, which map to the secondary and tertiary input device button using the previous API. So if you were looking at secondary before, you're going to get stylus primary. Now it'll all be in the docs. We also have new gesture support. So you can use scale gesture detector to enable a stylus scale gesture. Click the button and drag. It's very much like the tap and a half drag scale gesture that we support in a lot of apps on Android today. And you can also add a listener for specifically when the stylus button gets pressed to make it really easy to do things like picking up objects and drag and drop them. And now is the time for the next slide.
Now let's talk about graphics and media. Render script compute, some incremental changes there. So support for BLAS. Who knows what BLAS is, of course? Basic linear algebra subprograms.
I think there are actually crickets in here. Did you notice?
I think they were dead crickets. Really big matrices for calculating really big things. Allocationless launches, so you can have the size of the kernel that's not directly associated with the data itself, and script groups, more optimizations for launching these things that then will execute together. In the camera API, there's other Camera 2 API changes that we're not going into here. I would suggest you check out the docs to learn more interesting information there. But I did want to mention the new torch capability. It allows you to have flashlight capability in your app without actually owning and running the camera device. It used to be sort of hard-coded, linked with the camera, and you had to get this really heavyweight and battery-sucking thing running when all you really wanted to do was light up the flashlight. Now, it's associated with the camera, but you're not actually running the camera full-time while the flashlight is on. So new simple API to interact with that there. Also some important optimizations in the arena of alpha. This is a really small and subtle thing that ends up being a real performance problem that we see on our group a lot, where people will associate alpha with a text view. Sometimes when people just want gray text, they'll set it to be white, but then they'll set a translucency value on a very large text view, causing performance problems in things like notification panel. When we detect that internally and someone set a translucent value on a view, then we can turn that into a hardware layer automatically, which is a lot faster for us to then just create the layer once, draw to it, and then make that translucent, as opposed to redrawing this external buffer every time we process the drawing for that thing. So we do this automatically. However, we still suggest that you set a layer type manually whenever you actually need it. It's a better approach in general. So you can use the set layer type in Vue. You can also use the with layer API in Vue Property Animator. Specifically, the reason to do this is because we're going to create that layer the first time that we know you need it. But if that first time is the first frame of an animation, you're going to suffer a little bit of jank, a little performance hiccup as we create and render that layer. So it's better for you to do it ahead of time than for us to do it automatically for you lazily.
My 4-year-old's favorite color is clear. She's really excited about this new API.
She's so transparent. All right.
Alpha female.
Talk about audio. Quickly. MIDI. So you could already do MIDI if you wanted to do it all by yourself. So you're down there at the USB level, sort of getting the byte stream and doing everything. You could all on your lonesome. So instead, we introduced the new Android.media.MIDI package to do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. So we'll give you the actual byte stream. You still need to figure out what the codes are. That's kind of the way MIDI works. But you can create a device manager. You can create the input and the output port. Send information, get information, create a MIDI service that can listen for information coming into the system. And it's important to note it's both sides of the equation. You can have an Android app that is sending the node information out to samples on some external device that are playing those. You can also have a keyboard or other MIDI device connected through USB to the Android device, and it's actually sending the node information in, and maybe your app is actually playing the samples directly. So two-way communication, that's what music's all about. Also, higher resolution audio, there's always work going on in the quality arena. So we have audio samples that are now single precision float instead of the 16-bit samples we had before. We have 96 kilohertz sample rate instead of the 44.1 or 48 kilohertz. And we have multi-channel USB digital audio. So yay. Let's talk a little bit about tools. Android Studio 1.3, they talked about this in the keynote. Integrated testing support, data binding, yay, tooling, especially syntax understanding for some of the new language stuff that you saw in the XML resource file that we were looking at. Some tooling support around vector drawables, new annotations all the time to make it easier to get more type-safe code and more information from the IDE itself, and also Android NDK development. You heard the stuff about native code development within Android Studio. So please go to the next session after this one. Tor and folks were convinced that we were basically the warm-up act for them. So we encourage you to stick around for the lead act in the bands. So go to their session immediately following this one, I believe, in this room. And systrace. So who agrees with me? This is a simple UI. I get it. It's obvious. All right, one person. Excellent. You, sir, are
It might be Dave Burke, actually.
What's that?
That might be Dave Burke.
It could be. OK, so systrace is probably the most powerful performance tool that we have. Certainly in the graphics performance arena, it sort of gives you a broad spectrum of here's everything that was going on in the system that we know about at the time when you were experiencing performance problems. But it's difficult sometimes to know what to do with that information because it's, I don't know, some people think this is not obvious to look at this obviously beautiful UI and understand what was actually going on in the system. So what we did was we added even more information to it. Can I borrow that laser pointer? So if you'll see up here, can you give me a laser pointer that works? Here. All right. Those little circles in the middle there are basically tips. You can click on those to get more information about what was actually going on. So we're pre-processing the information there to diagnose some of the common performance problems that we've seen and explain to you what's actually going on so that you have something more actionable to do besides staring at your systrace output. So here's an example. So you might click on that red button down there, and you might get something like this. So you're going to click on the red button, and it's going to highlight the things that it's analyzing, the problems that it saw, and then it's going to give you a little annotation down at the bottom and say, OK, here was the problem that we diagnosed there. You are actually doing inflation. You're stalling the UI thread while you're doing this. This is a bad thing to do. Shame on you. And then over on the right, we have a summary of all of the problems that we saw, sort of buckets of the various problems. In general, what we see in diagnosing applications internally is that by fixing a couple of key problems, you're going to knock out most of these problems. It's like when you get compilation errors, and there's like 4,000 compilation errors, and then you fix one bug, and now you're down to only 3,947. So there are several common problems that you might run into that are sort of sourced in one problem area. So check out the buckets, check out the notations there, and go optimize your application, please.
Let's talk a little bit about the compiler. I remember my grad compilers class, which means that I sort of remember what these things are. The art team is continually working on improving the new runtime. The upshot of all this stuff, the register allocator, and things like this, the inlining and so forth, the biggest impact, in addition to just faster running code, is improved memory use, particularly on low-end devices. Every time they improve one of these things, you get back megabytes of memory in your process. It's really important. We also have a new get runtime stat API inside Art so that you can go and actually find out a little bit of the details about what's going on in the runtime.
And some other stuff that we really couldn't find appropriate categories for. We'll go through this really quickly. External storage, the ability to adopt permanent storage as one of the devices that you want to use in the system. And so users can do this and then move things around there. The important key is, well, two things. One is there's no new APIs. You don't need to do anything, but you do need to test. So make sure that you're not hard coding the locations of your app or your app data or other resources that you're using, because what happens if the user adopts one of these devices, moves stuff around, and your app can no longer find what it needs to function. So there are no preview devices with this capability right now, because the devices that we have system images for don't have these devices that you can actually adopt permanently, these permanent USB devices. So instead, you can attach temporary USB storage and test it with the commands that we have down here, the set prop persist fw force adoptable 1. But that's obvious, isn't it? All right, developing for Android. OK, so I pushed this right before the talk, and probably right after the talk, I'll find out that I shouldn't have. But in the meantime, you can check this out. So a lot of the folks in the platform team, runtime folks, some apps folks, framework, UI toolkit, got together. People will ask us questions all the time about, the best approach for doing this or that, or we find out about, ways that people are accessing memory, or creating objects, or hitting the network, or whatever. And we say, don't do it like that. And then they would say, well, how should we do it instead? So we don't like to answer those questions because we're really busy. So instead, eventually, we got together and we wrote an incredibly long article with our brain dump of a lot of the basic rules that people should know about. And we put this into an article that was entirely too long to publish in its entirety. So we broke it into chapters, and we pushed the first two right before this talk. They're on medium.com in the new Google Developers channel community thing. It's on the new Google Developers thing on medium.com. Please check those out. We'll be pushing the rest of the chapters in the next few days. And you can follow us on G+ to find out where they are, or just go to the Google Developers community and you will see them there. So what are you waiting for besides the end of this talk? Please go check out the preview. Please download the bits for the SDK as well as Android Studio. Get the system image and flash appropriate devices. Please report bugs. The whole point of having preview releases is not just to tease you with what we're working on. It's actually to have you run it in situations that we may not be testing internally, and then to get the feedback from you about what you need or what problems you saw. And then finally, we mentioned the sandbox talks and the sessions at Google I/O. But the dev bites are maybe even more important than the sandbox talks, because those are actually going to be recorded and pushed out over the next, 100 days or something. There's going to be a lot of dev bites around a lot of the technical details and things that we talked about today. So please check those out on the Google Developers channel, starting now and then going through the summer. And I believe that's it. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds for questions,
I don't
and probably
think
zero
that's really going to
time
happen.
for
People are going to
answers.
take that long to get up to the microphone.
However,
we will be out on the floor. We'll be out in the playground area. We're taking questions. Please go to the Sandbox Talks that we mentioned. Please look up the Dev Bites, and then.
And also, please give feedback on this session and all the sessions that you're seeing at the conference. Go into the app or go onto the I/O website, and you can do it directly in the session pages there. And I think that's it. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, what's up? It's Rob Dodson. Today on Polycast, I'm going to show you a very important technique for writing reusable elements. Plus, I've got a boatload of Polymer goodies to give away, but you're going to have to stick around till the end of the episode to figure out how to get your hands on those. So, first things first, let's talk reusable components. All right, what I'm going to talk about today is a very important technique that applies to both Polymer 08 and 05. It's one of those things that I see most beginners get wrong because, frankly, it's just really confusing. So let me give you a scenario. Let's say we have a folder structure. We're creating an element that we want to share with some folks, and this is the look of our project so far. So we've got tinybadge.html. This is the tag that we're going to create. And then inside of here, we've got our Bower components directory. And inside of there, we've got polymer.html. Now, if I open the definition for tinybadge.html, you'll see up here at the top, the first thing I'm doing is I am importing Polymer HTML, and I'm importing it from that Bower components directory. So I'm basically hard coding the path Bower components in my elements definition. Let's say I'm happy with the look of tinybadge. I want to share it with the world, so I publish it to the Bower registry. I tell everyone how cool it is, and all my friends go and install it. Let's look at what their project looks like. OK, my buddy installed tinybadge. It ends up inside of his Bower components directory. So now they've got Polymer and tinybadge as siblings in their Bower components directory. But wait a sec. If I open the definition for tinybadge HTML, you'll recall that I've got this hard-coded Bower components path in here. So this element is expecting a sibling Bower components directory. It's expecting something to exist like right at this level. But it doesn't, right? We're inside of our friend's Bower components directory because they installed our components. So this path right here is going to give us a big fat 404. And our friend is going to be like super bummed out. Now, we can change this. We can totally fix this. We can just change this path to a relative path. And we sometimes refer to this as using the canonical path. And the idea here is that if you're using a front-end package manager, all of your packages are going to be siblings. And so if you just use a ... / relative path, you're basically saying, hey, I'm referring to something that is in one of my sibling directories. So that's why we call it canonical, because you're always sort of sibling to your dependencies. But hold on a second. Let's rewind a bit. This is our original project structure. This is how we were developing our component. And the whole reason why we had this hard-coded Bower components path was because we needed to be able to preview this thing while we worked on it. If we change this to a canonical path here, then we can't preview our element. So now we're in this really crappy dilemma of either being able to preview our component as we're working on it, or being able to actually share it with people once it's finished. And this is really not a great dilemma to have. So last year, we put together an article which explained a really clever directory structure plus Bower configuration hack you could use to develop and preview a shareable element. What I'm about to show you is a new tool created by a member of the Polymer team, which removes a lot of this craziness and lets you develop your element in a very sane fashion. So let's check that out. So this is the element that we're going to be creating. Again, it's this sort of tinybadge element. You could imagine it's something you might toss inline into a project, like a list or something like that, to let someone know they've got some emails or some alerts piling up. The first thing I'm going to do is create a Bower JSON file. I'm going to give my element a name, and I'm going to include some dependencies. So I'm asking for web components.js and Polymer. Over in my terminal, I'm going to run Bower install to pull down all of those dependencies. The next thing I'm going to do is install a library called polyserve. So I'm using the npm command. I'm doing a global install to pull down polyserve. And what polyserve is basically a server that is going to let you write your element using canonical path URLs. It then intercepts those URLs, and it serves them from your local Bower components directory. It was created by a member of the Polymer team to try and work around this dilemma of not being able to preview and share the same component. So I'm going to boot up the polyserve server. And you'll see here that it started on port 8080, and it's serving TinyBadge from the path localhost 8080/components/TinyBadge. And over in my project, I'm going to create a TinyBadge HTML file. And the first thing I'm going to do is import the definition for Polymer. And you'll note that I'm going to use the canonical path when I do this. Then I'm going to give my TinyBadge a DOM module with an ID that matches the name that I'm registering. I'm going to throw a content element inside of the template there. And lastly, I'm going to call the Polymer constructor and pass in the TinyBadge name. I'm also going to include a style tag, and this is just to give my TinyBadge a little bit of look and feel. You'll see that I'm using that host selector from the previous episodes, so that way I can target the element itself. Over in my demo HTML file, I'm going to start off by including a script tag for Web Components Lite.js. Then I'm going to include an HTML import for my TinyBadge element definition. Lastly, I'm going to include a style tag, and I'm just going to kind of use a nicer font family on the page so the badge looks a little nicer. And then down in my body, I'm going to create a list, and inside this list, I will drop in a TinyBadge element inline there so that we can kind of create like a fake inbox. Now, if I go over to Chrome and preview everything, you can see that I've got the TinyBadge showing up. If you look at the URL that I'm using here, it's localhost 8080 components TinyBadge demo HTML. And the nice thing is that I'm able to develop this component, I'm able to preview it, but I've written its dependencies using canonical path URLs. So this component is also ready to be published to the Bower registry. It's ready to be shared with the whole world. So there you have it. Developing Polymer elements just got way simpler. Now, normally this is the part where I sign off and I tell you to subscribe to the channel, but today I've got a very special announcement. We've got a whole bunch of just like killer Polymer swag that we want to give away to a few of you lucky viewers. So here is how this is going to work. You leave questions about Polymer down in the comments, and each time we shoot a new episode, I'm going to go back, pick some of the best questions to answer on air, and if your question gets picked, you get some swag. We got hoodies, stickers, toys, laptop skins, you name it. If you want an autographed photo of me with a corgi or a walrus, we can do that. So get your thinking caps on, drop me a line in the comments. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hey Polycasters, Rob here, letting you know I've got a brand new show called Lazy Web. It's all the highlights from last week's news on the web bundled up for your viewing pleasure. You can follow this link over here to check it out. Be sure to subscribe, let us know what you think on the Twitters, and as always, thanks for watching.
Ubiquitous computing, or the Internet of Things, is all about having technology wherever and whenever that you might want or need it. And that's so that we as users can focus more on what we're doing and less on how to start doing it. That could be anywhere. It could be on your wrist, in the living room, in your car, anywhere and everywhere that makes sense.
For developers, this means thinking less about developing an app and more about solving a user's problem, whatever they happen to be doing.
Now the trick here is that there's new paradigms for all of this. It's not just about sitting down at a desk with a keyboard anymore. How can we use speech, gestures, context, and glanceable UIs to make an effortless experience for the user, whomever they happen to be?
It used to be that you needed to build your own hardware, libraries, and infrastructure to build these kinds of experiences for your users. But now, the Google platform provides a ton of functionality so that you can build these experiences without having to reinvent the wheel.
In our DevBytes, blog posts, communities, and design sprints, we're addressing these key issues so that you have all the tools that you need to navigate this space and get the most out of your integration with the Google platform.
So look for more videos on Android Wear, Google Cast, Android TV, Android Auto, and more on the Google Developers YouTube channel. Great experiences on Android TV are casual, cinematic, and simple.
In the cinematic app, the interface should fade away, putting content front and center.
Hi, I'm Natalie Villalobos, and here at Google, I have the extreme honor of working with incredible women in the technology industry. And today I have Macy Kwong visiting the Coffee with a Googler stage. Welcome, Macy.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
So I'm really excited to talk to you today about what you're working on. Can you give our audience a little peek into some of the projects that you have going on?
So I have done a lot of things majorly in games. I'm the GDE for wearables, so I have done a lot of apps for glass and for wear. Right now I'm working on VR games for Google Cardboard. So the game concept is you're in a dungeon and try to find enemies nearby you by the audio. So they're come invisible, but you have to look around and hide and seek and find them.
How do you get rid of them?
You have to pretty much kill them. That's very violent, but
cool. And I guess stepping back, how did you even get into creating that project? Like, how did you get into the technology industry?
I have been always interested in technology. I used the computer when I was age of 3 because my mom, she got her hands on computer really early on. But then she kind of stopped letting me using it when I became a teenager because where I grew up from, computer was considered as a really bad thing. But maybe that's why it made me want to use computer more because it was like being forbidden and stuff. So after I came to North America, I started to learn how to use computers. And I took a class in programming. It was really overwhelming. I really loved it. I have art background, I can draw. With the add-on of programming skills, actually I can combine like good-looking things and technology together, make them become some sort of useful tools.
Yeah, something beautiful, design and develop. And then, so that app that you were talking about for Cardboard, can we get it in the Play Store yet?
Not yet, it's in beta testing. Actually, I sent an open invite to all my Google Plus friends, and we have around 20 people in my beta testing group once it's ready, and everyone can have it.
Nice, I'm excited for it.
Thank you.
So you mentioned an acronym. You said GDE.
Yes.
What does GDE stand for?
So GDE is the Google Developer Expert Program. I'm honored to be nominated by one of the local GDG organizers. And I had ran a couple of events related to Google Glass at that time, and I was being selected.
Super cool. And so what do you do as a GDE? Like, so you're doing these cool projects with Cardboard. I think you'd also mentioned earlier that you do some workshops, like some technology workshops, so you're also a teacher.
Yes, I really like technology, and I would like to share my experiences, and also, if I can, I would like to educate as many people as I can. As a GDE, we don't really have a restricted curriculum. It was more like an endorsement from Google. However, I think being a wearable GDE is really, really exciting because our group is very small, so we actually are able to have Google Hangout every month with the Google X team. So for example, we speak with Timothy Jordan pretty much every month, and we are always ready when something new is coming up. So it's kind of fulfilling my, eager, and also just it's really good to know the people who are working behind them.
Yeah, that's really cool access. So you and I met a couple of years ago.
Right.
I think probably over Google Hangout.
Right.
And at the time we were talking about how we can increase the visibility of women in technology. Especially, there's so many women out there that I think want to be in the industry and are also already in the industry. And so you created a YouTube show. I mean, it's a channel, but you also have a regular show.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about that?
So thank you a lot for inviting me to that program. I had an idea of running a YouTube channel for the longest time, but no one really encouraged me to go forward with it. So at that time, I think it was you emailed me saying we are doing like a program to encourage women have more visibility on YouTube. I was like, wow, that's exactly what I wanted to do. And since we have a community of other women who are making the similar content, I feel like I'm not alone. I'm not the only one who are fighting for it. And I created my first video, and I got so much support from the community. At first, it was just women, and eventually everyone, guys, girls, and all over the world, people are watching my videos. Just doing I/O. There are people from Brazil. They came to me say because they're students watching my videos somehow, and yeah, I'm very proud of what I have done, and really thanks for the Woman Tech Maker. Yeah.
And so, tell us, what is your show called? Because I know that the audience is really stoked. I'm sure they want to watch it.
Yeah. So my show is called Code to Create. So coding to create things.
Awesome.
Yes.
And I guess it's like that blend again of your art background with your development background.
Yes. So I'm trying to cover things that's difficult for me. My goal is try to create a video Stack Overflow. So things that's things that's really hard, but hard to explain in a text format. So I try to bring them into a video format that is easier for people to consume and understand. Especially for developers, we have so many buttons and things that you should click. It's very hard to explain over just images and text.
And so, you're a Google Developer Expert. You're creating really awesome applications for cardboard, for wearables. It's awesome. Tell me, what do you think is the future of wearable technology?
Actually, I think it can end up in a lot of ways. It's really hard to predict, but I think there are two major trends. One is all the wearables become less visible, so it will just look really normal on us, and glasses gonna look just like regular glasses, clothes just look like regular clothes, but with some chips in it. I think another trend is people just gonna get used to it. Like they know you're wearing something, but everybody's wearing it, and they will accepting it as like everybody carry their phone around. I think that's just something people possibly gonna get used to it. So I think the final decision has to be made by everybody. It's not just the people who are creating the tech, but also the people who are using them.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for spending so much time here. Thank you so much for coming to I/O. You are an industry leader, and I'm so thankful you joined us on the show. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Compressor Head is a movement.
It's a show about the movement.
Well, no, it's a data compression revolution.
The magic of compression.
Ow! Dude. You know, people are writing apps, everyone's so busy to write like the next big thing that they forget about this very simple concept of data compression.
Yeah, man, let's do it! Go!
And how important it is to get data to people as fast as possible.
Yeah!
Finish strong, finish strong! Oh! It's something that I wanted to rekindle, a love for this sort of lost computer science art.
There's a funny story about that.
You need to tell them. Tell them.
Okay.
Next 5 billion users in the world are going to have limited bandwidth.
People need to be aware of how they're using their data.
You can't get this information anywhere else.
We try to make it super fun to learn something super boring. And we tackle some pretty complex topics.
Take entropy, for example.
And you know what? Compressor Head's just fun. Every talk I give publicly, every conference I go to, I've had someone stop me. And they've said, thank you for making Compressor Head. Something about the way you described it, it just picked up with me. Thank you for Compressor Head. Like, that's humbling. I mean, it's just humbling. We just had to do it again. I mean, that's why we do these things, is for developers out there.
You're looking at the inner workings of science here, folks.
There's other surprises that we can't necessarily go into here.
Sure, that's true.
Because it's a family show.
My name is Colt McCandless, and this is Compressor Head.
We're happy to launch last December Android Studio 1.0. So since launch, the majority of our users have made the transition over to Android Studio. So if you haven't had the time, now's a good time to make that transition. Our team is fully focused on working on Android Studio, and we're constantly listening to your feedback, wanting to make the features that work best for you and your development environment. So when we launched Android Studio 1.0, we asked you developers, hey, what do you want? We did a survey, and this is what sort of panned out from those results. Number one, a lot of people asked about design tools. Number two, a faster emulator experience. Number three, NDK support. And number four, app testing. And we really appreciated hearing all this feedback so we can really prioritize our work to making sure we do the right stuff that works for you. So in this talk, we'll talk about 3 different types of tools that we've been working on for the last couple of months. We'll talk a little bit about design, a little bit about developing and test, and we'll cap it off with a demo showcasing the work that we've been working on in Android Studio. So design. So Chet talked about this a little bit in the What's New section, but as you know, we launched Material Design with Android 5.0. And I'm really excited about this Android Design Support Library because what it allows you to do is really focus on your content. Instead of worrying about meeting the specs for material design, you can literally drag and drop these components into your application, and you're on your way to having a high-quality application. And as we talked about before, we've included a few elements, things like the floating action button, the toolbars with motion. So that's the toolbar you see with a lot of Google apps that sort of expand and grow. Now that's for free. You can now drag that into your application. We've also included the snack bar, the navigation view, and text input. And of course, as always, it's backwards compatible, meaning that if you target Android L and higher, you can still get the same material look and feel for all your previous applications. And so vector images. So last year as well, we introduced vector drawables with Lollipop. Now, I don't know about you, it's really kind of painful to manage and update lots of raster images and bitmaps across different densities. And so soon with Android Studio, you can now import an SVG file or work directly with the vector drawable, and during build time, we will generate all the assets for you automatically. So if you're not aware, if you wanted to change an asset or some sizing, you just change the vector drawable, and we'll build that for the PNG asset. And a couple things that this helps you with. So hopefully it saves you time and hassle in generating all these assets. And then lastly, hopefully decrease your APK size. In many cases, if you just include a vector drawable, you can add a tint to it, and it decreases your APK size for most apps. And then lastly, for the visual design editors. So looking at the results of the survey, we thought about how do we help you design your application. We know a lot of you enjoy maybe working directly with XML, but for me, and a lot of developers, I like using visual tools to do visual elements of my application. So we pretty much looked at all the different files you had to work with, things like styles.xml, colors.xml, and came to the conclusion that, well, we need to write it from scratch. And so what we're going to show you today are a few demos of the work we've been doing to make it easier for you to maintain your UI without having to solely rely on using XML to work with your UI elements. And so with that, I'll transition to Zap to talk a little bit about our development tools.
Thank you, Jay. All right, so core to our strategy is our unified build system, right? So whether you're building from Studio, from the command line, or from your build server, you're going to use a single build system, and that's based on Gradle. So since 1.0, we focused on a few items. The first one was correctness. And, well, we fixed a lot of bugs first, and a lot of those issues were around dependency management. For example, properly handling the test dependencies. When you have an application and a test that have the same dependency, you need to make sure to only package it once. There's a lot of corner cases there that we had to support, so we've done a lot of those. So if you had some issues, you can upgrade to a later version. We've also added support. We also fixed a lot of issues regarding the provided scopes. And new in 1.3, we are adding support for optional dependencies in library projects. The other thing that we are focusing a lot on right now is performance, and we know that's on a lot of your mind. And so there's really two aspects to performance. The first one is just the build steps, right? Like the compilation steps, the DX steps, the packaging steps. So here we have a few different things going on. The first one is we have this new compiler called Jack. And Jack is a compiler that replaces DX and goes directly from Java source code to DEX file. We've already had a first preview a few months back. And so we'll have a new preview in 1.3 with both a new version of Jack and a new version of our plugin that offer incremental support when you're building. And in some of our tests, we've seen some good performance increase in that step, which is one probably of the steps that takes the longest time. Yes. We're also looking at other steps that we are doing and improving them. So for example, the PNG cruncher is one that we fixed starting with Build Tools 22. We looked at it, and the old one, if you had about 500 PNGs in your application, and they need to be processed in order to be packaged with your application, especially if there are 9 patches, 500 PNG could take like 4 seconds, and we're down to 400 milliseconds. So it's much better. And then finally, APT, which is the tool that packages all of your resources, create binary XML, and all of that. We're working heavily to actually make this step also incremental, because right now it always recompile all of your resources. So that's the first aspect of performance. The second aspect is Gradle itself. And we know that right now when you build, you get a feeling that it takes a long time to start up, and it's like, what is going on, right? So the thing that Gradle does when you start is it creates a model of your project. Of every single one of your modules, it's going to create a model that contains all the variants created from build types and product flavors. It's going to create the task to build every single one of your variants. It's going to resolve all of the dependencies for every single one of your variants. And it's a lot of work, right? And then if you have custom logic, it's going to run that custom logic every time. And your custom logic could tweak the model, could tweak the task, add new tasks, and do things like that. So let's look at an example. Here we have a project that has 10 modules with 25 variants each. On the first line, the help task does nothing build-related. It just outputs a static text. And then the second line, assemble one variant. So by assemble here, we actually run that benchmark with the dry run mode, where it actually skips all the build steps, like the compilation, the packaging. So we really look at the time that Gradle itself takes. And you can see that on those 2 lines, it's the same exact amount of time. And that's because Gradle is a little bit, let's say, not very smart here. It doesn't really know that the help task is not really build-related. And so it's still going to build all of that model. And then on the third line, we are running every variant of every module. And that takes a little bit more time, because in the end, you still have a bigger task graph that needs to be prepared and run through. And then the 2 columns that we have, so the first column is Gradle plugin 1.0 with Gradle 2.2.1, which is our minimum requirement. And the second one is 1.2 with also Gradle 2.2.1. And you can see here that we are not going in the right direction here, right? And that's because we're doing more things, right? I mentioned a lot about more dependency management check to support test and scope, and that's just more work equals longer time, right? And that's really not what we want to do. So we work very closely with Gradleware, the company behind Gradle, and to solve the problem. And so we did a lot of optimization on our end with Gradle the plugin 1.3, and with Gradle 2.4, which was just released like a few weeks ago. And so the numbers already look much better, right? Let's look at another example. This project here is a single module with 400 variants. Now, this is really a corner case. Not a lot of people will have 400 variants in their project, I hope. And clearly, when you look at the time, it's pretty bad, right? Definitely some scalability issue. So if we look at the result, that's even better. So if you notice, though, in that case, in both of those cases, right, if you will still run only help or a single variant, that's still about the same amount of time, right? We haven't solved that issue of Gradle still building the whole model. And so we've been, for the past year or so, we've been working very closely with the Gradle team to fix that problem. They've been working on a new API to build plugin that will solve this. So on top of that, on top of those new APIs, we are building a next-generation plugin. And the goal here is to have Gradle be more involved in the model that our plugin creates. basically Gradle is going to manage that model for us. It's going to manage the variants and the task and all of that in order to do less. The goal here is to make Gradle do only what's needed to build what you requested to build. And then because Gradle also manages that model, it can cache it and make incremental update to the cache when only some things have changed. And then finally, it will also open the door for more optimization. For example, right now, if you have a multi-module project, every single module is evaluated sequentially. There's no parallelism, so that's something we can improve. So let's look at the new numbers. That's even better, right? And what you notice here is that when you run just the help task on a small project, those 0.9 seconds is really what it takes. When you run that from the command line to start Gradle, have it communicate with the daemon, output the text, and then quit. It's basically doing nothing less. And when you start building only a single variant, it's just a little bit more time. And the difference between building a single variant and building all the variants is actually bigger than in the previous case, because that's the case where suddenly we do a lot more. The interesting point, big caveat here, there is no caching in here, right? They haven't implemented yet caching, so you can see that those numbers will get even smaller when you're building all the variants and the model has been cached. All we have to do is reload it from the cache, and so that will be even faster. The interesting point here is that when you're building from Studio, when you do deploy, you're actually building a single variant from a single module plus potentially dependencies. So it's really the best scenario where you only have Gradle do the minimum that it needs to do, and so that will really speed up your build when you're developing from within Studio. So what's the deal with the new plugin? The first thing to know is that it's new APIs. The DSL will be, so the DSL is the language that you use to write the build.gradle file. It will be slightly different, and that's because Gradle, as I said earlier, kind of manage part of the model, so we have to use a DSL that works with those APIs. We're going to ship that as a preview in 1.3 in a few weeks. It's not part of the current 1.3 release that we did today, just a week or two, and we'll release a preview. And then from then on, we'll keep releasing it as a preview alongside 1.3, 1.4, etc. Still as a preview alongside the old plugin that will still be there. And then later this year, that will replace officially the current plugin. If you're using Studio, whether you're using the old plugin or the new plugin doesn't matter. They work the same with Studio. Studio doesn't care. It's the same model that's exposed to the IDE. So that's on the performance side. Let's talk a little bit about data binding. You probably heard about that already in the previous session. So we have data binding. It's purely build time, right? All you have to do is set up your build system, and then it just generates the code for you, and then it just works. There is a support library also that's part of that. So right now, it's part of a separate plugin. And then hopefully for 1.3, we will include that in the main plugin so that you don't even have to go and install another plugin. So for now, though, you have to install that plugin. It's available on JCenter. Just go, you install that plugin, then you start adding data mining elements in your resources, and that's it. It adds the dependency for you, nothing to do. It will just do what it has to do. All right, NDK C++ support. Gradle has support for native support now. And so we're building a new integration in Gradle based on that. And because it's somewhat tied to the new component model that those new API I just talked about, that's going to be tied to the next generation plugin we're working on. And that will allow us to, that integration in Gradle will allow us to have a really good integration in Studio where everything that Studio needs to know about your project for editing will come from Gradle, and then we'll have a great experience there. And so for the experience in Studio, we really wanted to provide the best possible experience for editing and debugging. And so we partnered with JetBrains to package in Studio their brand new IDE for C and C++ directly in Studio, and it will be free for Android development. I don't know if you... We did not want to start from scratch. They have a great solution, and we're just offering it to you. And you have full debugging, full refactoring. It's really a great tool. All right, so let's talk a little bit about testing now. So since 1.0, we added a few features for testing. The first one that we added was unit test support. So what I mean by unit test support here is, unit tests that work directly natively on the desktop JVM rather than having to be compiled into an APK and sent to the device. That's to speed up round tripping or fixing your bugs and your tests and seeing results. The big point here is that this is not meant to run Android platform code on the desktop JVM. We do provide a custom Android Dojar where you can go and mock everything. Like the normal Android Dojar actually has a lot of classes that are final, so we kind of strip the final so that you can go and mock them. But you have to mock what you use. So it's strictly for your business logic. It's up to you to figure out how much you want to mock or not. The goal is not to replace Turboelectric here. But if you want to use that, just start putting your test in source test Java. There's unit test specific dependencies, and you can just add that, and then you can run your test. The other thing that we added in Gradle in 1.3 is external test project. We had a lot of developers telling us that they wanted more flexibility in how they organize their app and their test, and they wanted to make the test in a different module, so you can now do that. That test project target a specific module and a specific variant of that module. There's no support for flavors or variant in a test module. If you want to test multiple variants of your same application, you have to use different test module for now. And those features is really like part of an overarching story of improving testing story on Android. So it goes from Studio and Gradle having better support at the project level and in the tools, having better testing libraries, Espresso, the Android testing library, the unit test support and all of that, then the test lab that we announced this morning, all the way to what we have in the Play console about testing your application. And our goal is to make it very easy for you to write tests, run them, right? It's like that's very important too, to help you make high quality application. Part of making high quality application is also performance. And so we're investing a lot and adding things into Studio. Since 1.0, we added a live CPU and memory profiling. And then in 1.3, we're announcing a new viewer to view your memory heap. We'll have a demo of that later. Emulator. So we've mostly been focused on stability in order to enable performance. Now, if properly configured and running on a compatible system, the emulator can actually be fast. The problem is making sure that most people can run the properly configured emulator. And so we've been looking a lot at helping you configure it. So for example, Studio out of the box will now install, download and install Hacksum for you in order to run it at native speed on x86. The AVD manager will automatically configure it for you. And then the other thing that we've done recently is we fixed literally thousands of issues in the GL renderer, the hardware GL renderer, because if you're forced to move to the software renderer because your graphic driver isn't compatible, the experience is much worse. So we've done a lot of improvement there in order to help you basically run as fast as it can be. And then specifically for M, we're adding some new features like the fingerprint emulation, where you can add fingerprint, register fingerprint, and then use them when your application requests them. Talking about emulator, later this year, we're going to launch a new emulator specifically for Android Auto. So it will be a head unit emulator. You will be able to take either an Android, like a phone emulator or a physical device, just connect them to your machine, and then the head unit will basically show what you would see on a car with Android Auto. All right, and I leave it to Tor for demos.
All right. Who wants to see the C++ support? Yeah. All right, can we switch to, yes, we already have. So this is C++. You remember pointers? So what you're looking at here is a game that's been written in C++, and as you can see, the source editor is fully aware of that. It's warning us that these include statements are actually unused because none of the symbols in the include are actually used in the source file. So I can invoke the action to just clean that up, and that gets rid of that. I can use the normal navigation commands. So with F12, I can filter and jump to the right method that I'm looking for. I can use the action to jump to a related symbol, which will navigate to the header file prototype, and I can use that to jump back. Yay! I can use the action to jump to a super method. I can also use find usages, right? So if I do find usages on this symbol right here, you can see it's doing a non-textual, an actual accurate search through the symbols. And related to find usages, of course, is refactoring. So I can do a rename on this method right here, get instance. Let's call it get singleton. And when I do that, the IDE it looks at everything and discovers that, hey, there's some textual occurrences. Do you want those as well? So I can pull up the show usages window. Here I can see that we have some text files that are using this API, but I don't actually want to include those in the refactoring, so I'll just delete it. And then we have all the accurate matches here, so I can just apply the refactoring, and voila, change has been made in C++. All right, as you can see here, the editor is also doing things like telling me that this symbol is unused. Actually, let's just use it instead. So we have code completion. And I can use the normal stuff you're used to from Java programming, where you type some of the capital letters. So if I type OP, M, it's matching on pointer move. And I can then insert that and perform, insert whatever the parameters are that I need for this method call. Furthermore, I can select some expressions, and I can extract this into a variable. It picks a suitable name for me. Or I can go and inline it back into the code, and it'll do that. And take a look at this here. I have 2 local variables. I can actually extract this into a method. And even though I have multiple outputs from this method, that's not a problem in C++ because it can just do pass by reference. So if I now jump in here, you can see that we have the variables passed in. So the key thing here is that this is not just a port of all the Java features to C++. They have a lot of unique C++ features as well. So for refactoring, for example, I can extract into macros, I can extract type defs, and so forth. So there's a lot of C++ features I could get into, and I could spend the whole demo on that, on code styles and formatting, on intentions, inspections. We have a debugger. We support GDB and LLDB. I just want to show one more thing, and this is specifically for those of you doing JNI development with the Android NDK. So let me jump into my JNI file. So here is a JNI call. So if I do find usages on this method, you can see that it's highlighting not just the C code, but also the native declaration in Java, as well as calls to that Java method. And notice that there's this little icon that you might not be able to see, but this is for jumping between related symbols. So just like I can jump between an implementation and a header file, I can use the same keystroke to jump between the JNI method and the declaration. And look what happens if I break this signature. If I type in some random thing here and I go back to Java, you can see now we know in the editor this is no longer a valid binding. And this is actually a really good way for me to create new native methods. I just make the method declaration that I want. Let's make it a little more interesting and put some parameters into it, like a string and an integer array. And now there's a quick fix, which will create the right JNI binding, insert it into the C code. Look. And you can see we're also inserting things like, hey, we're passing you a Java Unicode string, and we'll convert that into a const char for C, ditto for arrays, and then don't forget to release them when you're done. So we hope this feature will make it a lot easier to work with JNI. Now I want to jump over to discuss editing Java. So let's see. Today we are releasing, actually I think we've already released it. There's a new version of the support library, and it has the design library and so forth. But there are now 13 new annotations you can use in your code to basically catch more bugs. And we've used these annotations in the Android framework and in the support libraries to catch your bugs as well. So first of all, there's some threading annotations. So here we're saying that this method is a worker thread method. That means we expect it to be called in a worker thread. And we've already annotated the framework with the knowledge that view code has to be invoked in the UI thread. So we can instantly tell here, hey, you're calling a UI thread method from a worker thread, that's bad. And you don't have to go and put worker thread on your own code because we've already done it. For example, async task. If you make an async task and you do something in the doInBackground method, notice there's no annotation here, we still flag this code as well. This one is supposed to be called on the main thread, and this one, UI thread. So that's the threading annotations. There's the size annotation. Here you can say things like, well, I want this string to be a certain length or this array to be a certain size, maybe max. maybe an exact number, maybe a min, or you could even say multiple of. So if you take an array and you want it to be like XYZ coordinates, you could say multiple of 3. So here, for example, I'm passing a string that's too long for this constraint. And here we're passing an array that is of the wrong size. So similar to size, we have int range and float range annotations. Here you can say that this value needs to be in this constrained range. This is really useful for things like alpha, right? So it turns out that for image view, the alpha value is an integer between 0 and 255. But for view, it's a floating point between 0 and 1. So what we're doing here is I thought opacity, 128, that should be half opacity, right? That's correct for image view, but not for button. And so this basically tells you that you're passing a parameter that's not in the right range. Check result basically tells you can use this to tell client code that they better do something with the return value. And call super says that if anyone overrides your method, they better invoke super.method. And then there's color int, which is used to say this integer represents a color, and we'll see that a little bit later. Last but not least, requires permission. So this lets you say that a certain method requires a particular permission, or maybe all of a set of permissions, or any of a set of permissions. So we've already annotated the framework with some of these permission requirements. So for example, location manager. If I'm trying to invoke getLastNodeLocation, we will say that, hey, you don't hold the right permissions for this method call. Would you like to add them? Yes, I would. So there's a quick fix for that. And so I can say, please add the find location to my manifest. And so I do that, but sadly, there's still a red line. What does that line mean? Well, if you watched the keynote this morning, M is basically now supporting revocable permissions. So here, because my app is targeting M, this method can throw a security exception, even though I specifically requested the permission in the manifest. So what I should do is actually check for the permission first. So we track that I'm not actually doing that check, and there's a quick fix to add it, which basically, looking at the permission requirements, will add the right checks and also suggest what you should do if you really want to ask the user with the callback and all that good stuff. Right. So that's the static analysis. We're also taking that into the debugger. So here I am in the middle of debugging this code. And you can see here, I'm looking at this variable here, flags. It's a local variable, and the value is 5. What does 5 mean? Anyone? Well, let's ask the debugger. So I can right-click on this and say view as Android typed integer. And when I do that, so for those of you who didn't clap, let me show you what just happened. Basically, this local variable, we trace this to this field. We look at the field. We see that it has a getter. We see that the getter has the type annotation. The type annotation says that we have these possible constants, and we check the constants and find the ones that match, and that's how we produce this. So that's pretty neat. And this is not just for type defs. For example, here I have another integer field, which, minus 65,408. I don't know if that rings a bell, but I can ask it to do a type conversion on this one. It's a color. Because color int was the annotation that we saw earlier, and that's been annotated. Text ID is another one of those integers, and I can convert this one, and it figures out, well, that's a resource string, and it corresponds to this specific string object. Yeah. So that's a new feature. I hope you'll find that useful. Now I'm going to show you data binding very, very briefly. So here I am in an activity. And this activity, I actually have a layout called main activity in my project. If you ever made a studio project, you probably have one too. And so the Gradle plugin actually creates this class, main activity binding, which takes all the fields in your layout and produces getters. So you can see, or actually field accessors. So you can see here I have something called robot list. I forgot to tell you, the data binder is done here. Here we're actually associating this activity with this layout. So once I've done that, we get these magic fields, and these are just IDs in my layout. If I do go to declaration, I jump right into my layout. You can see it's just a recycler view, and robot list is just the ID. So if I change that ID to something else, and I go back, you can see now the editor knows, hey, that's not a right field on this class anymore. This is a dynamically generated code. So I can go and fix it. And there's code completion on this as well, of course. So that's the binder. This handles all the find view by ID binding for you. You no longer have to do that. You get getters and setters, and everything is handled in a thread-safe, correct way. So if I look in the layout file, you can see here that there's a bunch of new tags. I can create variables, and I can even do imports, and I can alias them, so I have a simpler thing to refer to in my code below. And then in the layout, I can do things like this. I can take methods, like all the setters and getters on the views are accessible here as properties, and likewise on the activity. And I can also compute values, so I can bind the Android text attribute to this expression, which is using the variable I declared above and mapping to properties in the activity. So this takes out a lot of the plumbing code, and I can't actually do this justice in 90 seconds, but it's available now, so please try it. All right. So now I want to talk about performance for a second. So as Zav showed in the screenshot, you can go and capture performance snapshots here now in the Android view from your connected device. And once you do that, we basically show the performance data files here in the captures view. So you can basically accumulate them here for later analysis, or if you want to compare two different captures. So let me first open up the allocation tracker. So here I can see that for this capture, thread 1 was responsible for most of the RAM, or most of the allocations. And I can start drilling in here to see what was happening. And I can find that, well, it looks like full screen activity is doing something bad, right? It's calling a lot of string builder stuff with text view. We also have a way to show that as a sunburst chart. So if I invoke that, you can see we get this little nice chart below here. And I can sort by, for example, size or count. And we also have this other layout representation of the data. So you can use this and basically drill over to see what's going on with your allocations. You can also grab a heap dump from your app, or maybe one of your customers sends you one, and you can ask for this if you want to find out what's going on. So you no longer have to convert your HProf files. We read them directly now. And so all I have to do is click it to open it. And let me get myself some more room. I'm using really large fonts so you can see. So here we have several columns. And the most important one, maybe, is the retained size column. So if I sort by descending order of retained size, this is telling me the cumulative amount of memory I could save if I could get rid of these objects. So here you can see we have a lot of bitmaps. And when I select the class, I get an instance view on the right. And here we're using the debugger UI to basically, you can now inspect objects from the heap dump as if you were debugging them and look at the values. And perhaps the most important part here is the reference tree below. So this is showing you all the incoming references to this object. And we're always sorting it so that the nearest garbage collection route is the first field. So look what happens when I start expanding the first child here. You see the depth column? This is counting down to the nearest GC root as I'm going down. And so here I found it. Basically, this is the static instance that is causing all the chain of pointers to my object and keeping it in memory. So if you have a memory leak and you want to get rid of it, or if you're wondering where's most of the memory coming, this is, I think, an invaluable tool. And this is now available in the 1.3 preview. All right, let's talk about developer services. So first of all, let me just show you that I'm logged into my Google account in the upper right corner. That's going to become relevant in a second. So I can open up the project structure dialog here, and you can see the module list that you're used to seeing is now below this new developer services section. So here we're integrating various developer services. So for example, there's GCM, there's authentication, analytics, and ads. Most of these are just adding a dependency on the Play Services library, but we've fleshed out the analytics integration in a bit more detail. So now I can basically say that I want to add analytics to my project. When I do that, because I'm logged in, otherwise it would say, please log in first, it's now made a connection to the Google Analytics console. It's pulling down the Google Analytics projects associated with my account. I can choose it. It fetches the right tracker ID. And when I say OK, it now goes and creates this analytics tracker class in my project. This is very similar to the code that you would find online if you go to Google Analytics' documentation that says what to do. It also creates an app tracker file, which records the tracker ID for my project. Please don't use it. And so now there's this class that you then will have to initialize from your context, and of course to call back to whenever you want to record an analytics event. So this is something we're planning to do a lot more of. We're going to build a lot more services and so forth, but we think this is a pretty useful start. So let us know how this works for you. We've also done something to help you stay up to date on all the SDK components that we're releasing. So in the past, with the old SDK manager, you had to regularly open it and say, is there anything new for me? Well, we're now using the same mechanism that we push IDE notifications up to also notify that there's new SDK components. So here it's telling me, hey, there's a new mPreview platform. And I can now click to use the IDE patching mechanism to update this. We've also ported the SDK manager so that it's now fully integrated with the IDE with sort of a newer, fresher. Yes, I agree. New, fresh IDE UI on it that I can then use to install stuff. And so hopefully this will make it easier to stay up to date with all the stuff that we are releasing. OK, so everything I've showed you today is going to be in 1.3. Now, it turns out the C++ support is not in the first preview. We didn't make it, but it'll be in the next couple of weeks. Next couple of weeks, it'll be in the next preview build. But everything else I've showed you is in 1.3 preview. Now I'm going to show you a couple of things that are coming in upcoming versions. So the first thing is the theme editor. So this is the styles.xml file for the I/O scheduling application. Right? It's pretty complicated. And this is just one of 4 overloaded files. So we now have a theme editor. Well, we have a prototype. We're working on it. Of a theme editor, which basically takes all that data, analyzes it. Yeah, you're allowed to clap. You can see this basically analyzes the projects, figures out what's going on. I can choose between different themes here. And I can also make edits. So it's showing me here, for example, that I have a state list here. The checkerboard is telling me that it's trying to show the alpha value of the color. It's showing me how the colors were resolved. And perhaps most importantly, I can use this to actually tweak the colors. So if I open up a color chooser here, the screen resolution is not helping. You can see that as I'm tweaking the colors, I can see a live preview of what these widgets will look like with that color. So this should make it a lot easier to tweak your themes. All right, last but not least, the layout editor. We are working to completely rewrite it with a lot of new features. So it's early days still, but one of the things we're working on is possibly having a blueprint mode for your layout. So you can sort of see what's going on, and you can sort of work in both modes at the same time. We're integrating the Google Design Library. So for example, I can drag a app bar layout onto this layout. And so, I shouldn't have changed that color to red. That looks so ugly. All right. Anyway, I'm now going to go and pull in, for example, didn't I have a, what's the name of the logo? Yeah, there it is. I can pull in an I/O logo, which doesn't really work with the red, but fine. And also a floating action button, which is also red. And when I choose this, you get this beautiful UI right here. You can see before and after. So we've had the XML preview mode for a while, whereas you can mostly work in XML and sort of see what's going on the right. And we've expanded that recently so that you can now use it for system preferences as well. So this is a system preference file, and it's just rendered the way the UI is going to look. But one important improvement now is that this is no longer a preview window. This is the layout editor. So I can go over here, and even if while I'm editing, I can instead go over and start dragging things around and make edits. I can even pull in the palette right here locally. The minute I start dragging, the palette goes away, and I'm editing the layout. So that's the layout editor, and I'm not sure exactly when it's going to be done, but hopefully not too long. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jay to wrap up. Thanks.
So great, great demos. So what's next? I guess before digging into the specific features, I think it might be helpful to understand how we actually develop Android Studio. So you've probably seen these release channels and thinking about what do these channels even mean. For us, we have a series of release channels. So today we're launching 1.3 preview in Canary, which means it's sort of the first release. So then every couple of weeks, we do a series of tests and feedback. And we promote those releases all the way through dev, beta, and to finally the stable. And throughout that process, we get your feedback. So if you want to see if something's broken or something needs to be fixed, we actually look at the feedback and make sure it reaches the stable channel when we release the final version of Android Studio. So looking forward, so today we did 1.3, and we're looking at some 1.4, 1.5 features today at the demo. And so if you think about it, basically most of our auto releases are more focused on features, and then our even releases are more focused on the polish aspect of the IDE. So again, kind of looking at what's next. So Zav talked about the emulator. So we know we have some work to do, and we're definitely going to focus on that and making sure it's a great performance experience for you to do your local testing on. As Tor mentioned, we're also really working on the developer services integration. we're initially adding the Google services into that flow. We're also opening up to other third-party tools because we know you use a lot of different tools. We want to make that easy for you to integrate that into your project. And then lastly, as I mentioned in my previous slide, it's about the polish and performance, really making sure that we provide a great experience for you. Is this a part of the flow for us in the Android Studio team? Great, and that's it. So please leave feedback for us. We're also having some office hours today from 4 to 5 at the end of the day. And I think it's going to be actually in that side of the building. And then again, leave feedback for us in the app or on the website. So we have maybe 3 or 4 minutes for some questions.
Before we start questions, we also have today and tomorrow some box talks throughout the playground. There's some about testing. There's one about the profiler, the memory profiler. So check the schedule. Usually they're repeated twice. So you can check it when it's convenient for you.
And I think they also wanted us to say that after this, we will be outside, so don't talk to us by the stage. We're supposed to go outside for follow-up questions. All right.
Question.
So earlier you mentioned automating install of HackSim. Is there any option to automate the setting of the BIOS setting in Windows necessary to enable that?
I think that would be...
So what we do, if we notice in your BIOS that you don't have it set, we actually give you a warning about, hey, you need to update that. So 1.3 is actually now a prompt to tell you that you need to actually set that in your BIOS.
Okay, thanks.
Any thoughts on Java 1.8?
Java 8? No.
Yeah. No?
Java 8, the...
Is that what comes after 7?
It's a platform issue, right? It's like you have to talk to the platforms.
Okay.
But we don't have anything to say about that.
Has there been any changes to the NDK build model? Are we still relying on Android.mk and all that stuff?
So the integration for in Gradle will replace the Android.mk. Gradle has native support to handle native code. All you have to do is tell Gradle where the toolchain is. So we'll basically do the bridge between the toolchain of the NDK here, and then we tell Gradle use those toolchain and compile it.
That's the main reason why we couldn't include it in the first preview, was we're still wanting that experimental plugin to be hooked up, because we really don't want to continue that older way.
You know the issue with the unit tests and the instrumentation tests both being on the path at the same time? You had to switch the flavor to get them on the path?
In Studio?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are working on that.
With the separate module, does that mean they're both on at the same time if you move them to
well,
the module?
you would, yeah, because it's just a different module. The issue is that Studio does not have a concept of like 2 test scope that are separate. So we're working on figuring something out. But if you use a test module, then you could have unit test in your main module and a separate test module, and that would work.
Okay, great.
All right, probably. All right,
yeah. Really excited about the H-proof analysis stuff. Is that thing, the code itself, is that going to be open source? And is the UI code separated from the thing that does the analysis?
Yeah, all the UI, I mean, everything except for native, all the stuff in Studio is open source, so it is in there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We'll be over there, so if you have more questions, we'll answer them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, to expedite the changeover from one session to the next, please exit to your left.
push notifications are coming to web apps, and one best practice that just became an anti pattern. I'm Rob Dodson. This is LazyWeb. One of the things that's really difficult for web developers is staying on top of the changing platform, because it moves fast. The name LazyWeb is a play on an internet meme where you just like hashtag stuff LazyWeb that you want someone else to get you the answer for. So everything that we cover on the show is stuff from mailing lists and videos and articles. It's all things that you could totally Google if you had like 1,000,000 hours in your day, but nobody has that much time. So what I do, I go out, I find all the coolest stuff and distill it down for you and give you just the best parts. LazyWeb is intended for web developers of really like any levels. So you could be an absolute beginner and you're gonna find out the latest trends and important new libraries. You can be an intermediate developer and get the news on some framework that you happen to be using. Or if you're an advanced developer, you can learn about APIs as they're landing in the different browsers. So the LazyWeb show comes out every single week. It is amazing how much stuff happens in web development in just 7 days. If you want to catch it, you can subscribe to the Google Developers YouTube channel. That way, you'll never miss an episode. That's it for this week, folks. Take a deep breath, enjoy the visuals, and to all you LazyWebbers out there, thanks for watching. Hey everyone, what's up? It's Rob Dodson. Today on Polycast, I'm going to show you a very important trick, how to inherit from native HTML elements. Not only will this save you a ton of accessibility headaches, but it's also crucial if you want to work with forms or tables. So let's dive in. So inheriting from a native element is really not that different from creating a brand new tag. You've still got the Polymer constructor that you're calling. The difference is you pass in an extends property and you pass in the tag name that you're inheriting from. And to use your new element in markup, it's really straightforward. You use the original tag name, you get an is attribute, and you pass in the extending tag name that you've created. So button is super button. If you want to do this in JavaScript, you call document create element, pass in the original tag name and the extending tag name. Now, creating an element in this fashion is known as a type extension element. And as I said before, they've got a few very nice benefits. So let's say you're working with a table and you've got this fancy TD element that you've created inside of here. What's going to happen is as the parser is working its way down the page, it's going to hit this thing and it's actually going to hoist it outside of the table. Because certain elements like table and UL and OL, if there are contents inside of them that the parser is not expecting, either it's not going to render them or it's going to do this thing where it hoists them out. And that is probably not what you're intending. It's going to render in sort of a weird way. So we can fix this. Instead of creating a custom tag name, we can extend the native TD element and create a fancy TD that way, and we're all good. Another use case for type extension elements is forms. So forms normally try to package up all the values from all the input elements that are inside of them. But if you throw a guy like this into a form, it's going to be like, I have no idea what this tag is. I don't know if it has values. I'm just going to ignore it when I submit my payload to the server. So again, we can fix this by extending the native input element. So input is fancy input. This is going to get all of its values sent to the server. So we're all good there. The other cool benefit is if you look at the native input element and you press the tab key on your keyboard, normally what you'll see is a focus ring go around it. Now, this focus state is very crucial for users of assistive technology. There are a lot of folks out there who cannot use a mouse to interact with the screen. They rely on keyboard navigation to get around. And for them, these focus states are very, very, very important. If you're extending the native input element with a type extension element, you're going to get this focus behavior for free. Otherwise, if you just created your own tag, then you need to add your own tab index, you need to add your own roles, you need to add your own ARIA attributes. There's a lot more accessibility work that you have to do when you're not extending native elements, because then you kind of just get it for free. So let's take a stab at implementing our own type extension element, and that'll really highlight some of these benefits. So to start off, what I'm going to do is create a Bower.json file. I've got an element that I'm creating called GHButton. It's going to look like the buttons that you see on the GitHub website. I'm depending on Polymer, and I'm depending on the 0.8 release here. Over in my terminal, I'm going to run Bower install to pull down that dependency. Because Polymer implicitly depends on Web Components.js, I'm going to get that for free as well, which is really nice. And the last thing I'm going to do is run the polyserve command. Now, polyserve, if you recall from our last episode, is a little server which allows us to write our elements using canonical path URLs. If you have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about right now, you can follow this link right here to catch the previous episode, and that will explain everything that we're doing here. Now, over in my GHButton HTML file, I'm going to start by importing Polymer HTML, and I'm going to use the canonical path style to do that. Then I'm going to have a DOM module with an ID of GHButton, and inside I'll throw in a template and a content element. And lastly, in my script, I will call the Polymer constructor, pass in GHButton, and I'm going to pass in extends button, so we've now created a type extension element of the native button tag. Now over in my demo HTML file, I'm going to start by importing Web Components Lite.js. Then I'm going to include an import for GHButton HTML. Lastly, down in my body, I'm going to use the button element. I'm going to say it is a GHButton, and then I'll just throw some hello world text inside of it. Now, if I go over to my browser to preview this, I'm going to get this little button element up here in the corner. You can see that when I click on it, I get the behavior I expect. If I tab to it, I get focus rings around it. Most importantly, when I flip on my screen reader, I can actually navigate down to it, and you'll see that the screen reader is going to read the content of the button, and it's going to announce that it is a button. It's actually announcing this implicit role here. Now that is very, very useful. So the last thing I'm going to do to spice this button up is I'm going to drop in a style element. And I've got a bunch of CSS that I've included here. I've just taken this from GitHub's CSS file. So you don't have to worry about what all these selectors are. One thing to note is that I'm using the host selector to style the element itself. And I've also gone in here and using GitHub CSS, specified focus states, hover states, active states. So you can see how you can apply these sort of pseudo states to your element. It's very important that you do this for accessibility. Now, hopping back into Chrome, when I refresh the page, you'll see that I've got a way nicer looking button. I click on it, I get the same behavior as before. I can hit Tab to put a focus ring around it. And most importantly, I can flip on my screen reader, navigate to this button. I'll see the text content gets read aloud, and I still get that awesome implicit button state. Now, the obvious question is, when should I use a type extension element, and when should I create a custom tag? My rule of thumb is to try to extend from a native element whenever possible, especially if accessibility is playing a role in things. So if I'm building a control or a button, something that might require focus, I'm going to try to extend from a native element if that's possible. That's it for today. Be sure to subscribe and stick around for this week's featured question. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome.
Hi, 大家好.
I'm Rich. What's with Google Play to Mark?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
My name's Tim Anderson, and I'm part of the Google Play for Education team.
Hi, I'm Bethany, a designer at Google.
One of the things we're trying to do over the next decade is to end repressive censorship.
What's my next appointment?
Today at 4 p.m. Android Automotive Monthly Update.
This is an incredible place with lots of great stuff being worked on every single day.
And we're going to incorporate one more element, so let's dive in.
The show featuring actionable startup advice.
Welcome to the lab.
Okay, guys, seriously. I think that's pretty awesome.
Build better apps.
Oh, come on! Really?
That's it for this time. Hello and welcome to what's new in Google Play Services. And the first thing we want to know is, are you enjoying Google I/O? Yeah! Oh, that was even better than I thought. Are you enjoying Google I/O? Yeah! Oh, that's great. We're loving Google I/O. Google I/O is great. It's like having one of those birthday parties when you were a child. It's exciting. It's something to look forward to. It's a big party!
And you know, sometimes I feel like working at I/O is like one of his birthday parties. It's lots and lots of work, but it's a whole lot of fun too.
And speaking of fun, today we're going to talk about something which is a lot of fun, building great apps and using a key technology in doing so, Google Play Services. Because if you use Google Play Services, you will build better apps.
Because today there are now more than 17 top-level APIs in Google Play services, and we're adding new capabilities all the time. And these APIs are available to you as a developer so that you can build these better apps that Magnus is talking about.
And Google Play services are being pushed to more than 1 billion devices for each release. That means that your audience is a massive one, where you can promote yourself and your business.
And that leads you to earning. Did you know that in the last 12 months alone, developers of Play Store apps have earned over $7 billion? And this is what we believe is a great demonstration of the economies of scale that are available for you.
And it doesn't stop there. Since last year, we have released 5 new versions of Google Play services. That's one release almost every second month, packed with new functionality for you to use when you develop your apps.
But our question to you is this: are you capitalizing on this massive opportunity? Are you thinking mobile first, and are you using Google Play services to think mobile first in your development?
Because at Google, we are super committed to the mobile revolution. And a big part of that is to provide all of these great services that we have in our data centers running all over the world.
That's a big-looking data center.
It is a nice-looking data center. And take all of those services and make them available on all of the mobile devices out there. And we are pretty good at building data centers, so we have lots of value there to provide to mobile devices. And Google Play services is the key integration layer that makes this possible between the data center and the mobile device.
Because this helps us as Google and you as application developers to push the boundaries of what's possible together. And as Henry Ford once said, if everyone is moving forward together,
success takes care of itself.
Wait a second, Magnus.
What now?
We've forgotten something.
Oh, no.
We're not just doing like a list of all the stuff that's in Google Play services.
Oh, that's right. We're also handing out some swag. You interested in swag? Yeah. All right.
You can take it.
Okay.
I'm worried.
Let's see how this works now. So this is the way this is going to work. At various parts of this presentation, right, we will go out and we will say, Google Play services. And then you will say, rocks. You
and it's in Comic Sans font too, if you've noticed.
Yeah.
We actually got to use that in a presentation.
Are you ready to try that? Yeah. All right. Google Play services.
Rocks!
Great. Whoa! Whoa. Let's try that one more time.
Let's try kind of in a... Oh, this one's going to go far.
Is this really packed?
This one's really packed.
Oh, my.
Anybody got a catcher's mitt? Let's try a different one.
I think this is going to... We could try it like this. I mean, we can try.
Let's see what happens. Let me just hide behind the podium, sorry.
Are you ready in the front row? No. Google Play services.
Rocks!
Whoa!
Woo! Bullseye.
There you go. Okay, let's keep this party going. And what can be a better place to start than games? Have you ever tried to set up a multiplayer game and had technical challenges?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yeah! It's terrible, right? You're fiddling around with the controls, you can't find the configuration. Well, the Nearby Connections API solves all of that. It just takes technology completely out of the way so you and your friends can focus on the fun. It turns every smartphone into a flexible controller. And since it's a touch screen, you can use any types of controllers. You're not bounded by these physical things that you see in consoles.
So I can use this like instead of an Xbox controller?
It's a remote controller. And then you can display the game action on a central screen like a big tablet or an Android TV or something like that, for example. And of course, this thing is not limited to just games. It can be used for any type of apps out there. Another thing that we launched for Play Game Services is Play Game Analytics, essentially an analytics platform built into all of the games that you create that helps you get data to understand your players, to manage and set your revenue target, and also identify hotspots in your game. These are 3 key things to monetize on your game. And those things were previously done only by big studios with big budgets.
And I don't have to do any kind of development, right?
No, there is no coding whatsoever. All of this is automatically recorded when you use these APIs.
And while mobiles like this are great, the thing that makes them really portable, this tiny little screen, can be a limitation when you want to share content with your friends, right? It's hard to huddle over a small screen like this. And as a result, we released Cast and the Cast SDK that would allow you to reflect this on a big screen like the ones behind me. Now, in addition to that, in the last 12 months, we released something called the Remote Display API. And what the Remote Display API does is it removes the boundary of mirroring that you would have to have. So now you can drive independent content on this screen and on that screen. And as a result, like maybe Magnus, you and I, we're both big hockey fans. Any hockey fans here? Nice, nice. So Magnus and I are both big hockey fans, and we could be like, you know, watching a game on the big screen and like chatting with each other on our small screen, and I could be telling him how all those Swedish players suck, you know. And
that they are great.
You know. Oh, Magnus, sorry, it's your turn to talk.
Oh, I see. Okay, many times I've thought, if I build it, they will come. And that's really, really tough, isn't it? And it's not even enough, right? You also have to monetize on the stuff that you're building, right? You have to earn money in order to improve your game and for your business to grow. So therefore, mobile ads is a perfect way to do this. And it is at no cost to the user, right? So the ads team that we have, they're working really, really hard on making all of those mobile ads as relevant as possible to the user.
So does that mean, like, if we're watching our hockey game, I'm not going to get ads for diapers?
No, you're not going to get ads for diapers then.
Cool.
You're going to get sports ads, of course. So this means that users will get relevant ads. Ads they will actually be delighted to see. And if the users are getting delighted by the ads, then the advertisers will be delighted. And you as app developers will also be delighted. A win, win, win.
And a constant pain point when you're building applications is like managing sign-in for your users. It's a pain for you because you have to build the infrastructure and you have to secure that infrastructure for signing folks in. And it's a pain for your users to remember yet another username and password. What do I use to sign into this app? What do I use to sign into that app? And one of the things we've shipped in Google Play Services is Sign In with Google. And the idea behind Sign In with Google is it manages all of that for you. Your users have a much better experience because they can just use their existing Google IDs to sign in, and they don't have to remember a whole new set of credentials. And you end up having the security of knowing that you've got this great bulletproof infrastructure behind you. So you don't need to build everything that's needed to actually support these end users.
Swag break. Now, Google Play Services.
Rocks.
Whoa. How about that?
You almost got him. So hang on, I think we got a really quiet crowd here today. Should we get like, who wants Magnus to shoot a T-shirt your way? Yeah! So which side is louder? Is it this side? Or is it this side?
Yeah! Oh!
Maybe you give these. What about? Is it this side? Or is it this side? Yeah! Oh boy, that's close.
I think per person they're louder here.
Yeah.
Let's go here. Here we go. Whoa!
When I rehearsed this yesterday, I ended up throwing the remote by accident. So I had to be really careful not to throw it this time.
All right, now turning to an API that I think is a hidden gem in the Google Play Services family, Google Drive. Did you know that every single user of Google on the planet has 15 gigabytes of storage available right there, free of charge and ready to use?
That's a lot of gigabytes.
Yeah, 15 gigs. How can your app help them use that storage? With Google Drive, Sign In for Google, all of that capacity is sitting right there, already authenticated and ready for your app to use.
And in addition to that, you can take advantage of analytics. And analytics isn't just about crunching numbers. It's about understanding your users so that you can continually delight them. Let me give a couple of examples. Like if you've built a mobile app that's got a lot of screens in it, a lot of the times your users are going to be leaving after one screen. Maybe it's your game over screen in a game, or maybe it's your hockey app where as soon as they show the Swedish players, everybody wants to leave. And sorry, Magnus. And you can actually use analytics to track this, and you can see what it is about my app that's causing people to leave. And I can follow up on that and maybe improve my app in that way. Or my personal favorite is when it comes to localizing my application. Now, it's easy to make a finger-in-the-air estimate and say, oh, the next language I need to have is French or Spanish or Mandarin Chinese or something like that. But when using Google Analytics, I might find out hidden knowledge that maybe my app is the most popular app in Turkey or Armenia or some other country like that, and it'd be smarter for me to localize it to that one, to delight my users in that country. And there's just so many ways that you can do this. There's so many ways that you can understand your users so that you can continually delight them. And I'm an analytics geek. I could just talk about it all day.
No, Lawrence. Let's not do that. I mean, we have lots of stuff.
We got Google Play
here.
services, right?
Let's instead talk about Android Pay. Mobile payments are hot, if you didn't know. And Android Pay is the technology that makes this physical thing that we carry around us every day, and it gets bigger and bigger for every year as you pile up additional credit cards and loyalty programs into it. Make all of that content be integrated into your mobile device. So that's from a user perspective, right? But for you developers, there's also great value because Android Pay brings money into your app. It allows you to deal with trading physical goods and get paid for them. There's also an aspect, if you're developing apps for charity, where you can donate money using Android Pay. So if you think about this, what Android Pay does is that it takes the physical world of commerce and taking that into the digital world. And your app is sitting right there in the middle, connecting the user and the merchant.
And talking about connecting the dots, another technology that's in Google Play services is Google Cloud Messaging. And if you've ever wanted to build some kind of infrastructure that provides notifications to your users and asynchronous notifications that get synced across all of their devices, you probably realize this is pretty hard to do in a way that's easy, and it's pretty hard to do in a way that's battery friendly. But if you build with Google Cloud Messaging, you'll get exactly all of that. It's all about asynchronous messaging from the cloud to your users, and it's at zero cost to you.
What do you say?
Zero cost to you.
It's zero cost?
Zero cost. You can keep your wallet in your pocket.
How can it be zero cost?
Because we're awesome. So we've added the concept of topics to this recently, and if you've used Google Cloud Messaging, topics, and we saw a little bit of it in the keynote this morning, and the idea behind topics is that you can set up types of messages that your users will subscribe to. So for example, I live up north in Seattle near the Canadian border, and I love on weekends during the winter, because I manage a hockey team, to go across into Canada and get slaughtered at hockey. And but if I'm in that country and maybe you've built a news application, and your news application is going to be delivering news to American audience, and your news application could be delivering to a Canadian audience, and I could pick the topic of Canada and just subscribe to news in that. And those kind of topics are just, you make it a lot more portable, make it a lot easier to use, and it's, like we said, it's at zero cost to you.
And for Maps, we added a new toolbar that gives users that you have access to navigation immediately. Light mode maps were also introduced into the mobile API, allowing you to display a lighter version of Maps if you don't need the full-blown Maps experience. And combined with
location, then you can start thinking in terms of building hyper-local applications. And you've probably used location, and you're probably familiar with location services and apps. But one really cool thing that's been added in the last year is the concept of like an in-place location dialog. And the idea behind this is like, if you've ever opened up an app that uses location, and if you're like me, you turn location off to save battery, and you open up the app and it says, location services are turned off, please enable them. So you exit the app, you go into settings, you find location in settings, you turn on location. You then exit settings, you go back to your app, and it's like...
That's awful.
It is. I mean, it's a lot of work for the user, and it's very user hostile, right?
Yeah.
Shall we have a moment of silence for that? Okay.
Go on.
So no, but with the in-place location dialog, the idea is you as a developer, if you use this in your application, that pain for the user just goes away, and you make their experience that much better. Uh-oh, it's time for
Google Play Services. That's good.
Woo! Oh, nice catch.
That's a pretty good one.
Wow. Got one more?
Yeah, I got one more. Anyone want some swag?
Yeah. See if we can hit the cameraman with
this is one of those, again, that can hit the control tower over there. So 300 PSI, that's going to be great. Okay, Google Play Services.
Rocks!
Whoa!
Whoa! Nice.
That went way over there.
Yeah, that's a lot of new stuff that we've spoken about.
Yeah.
That was a good shot.
Yeah, it's great.
You know, there's so much more, right, that we can talk about. So why don't we, like, David Letterman style, do like a top 5 countdown of some of the new things?
Sounds great. Yeah, let's do that. But we're developers, right? It needs to be a 0x5 count.
That's right. We got to do it in hex. So
yeah.
That's the topic. But then again, as we're developers, we should start counting from 0x4 because engineers count from
0.
Okay, that's
Try
right.
that again.
Yeah, so because engineers count from 0. Much better. So, you know, I think it's great to have apps, and I love some of the apps that I have on my phone, but sometimes discovering apps can be very difficult. And so for me, it's great that I find like crazy hockey apps that Magnus gives me, or those irritating tap, tap, tap games, you know, the ones that I'm talking about that my son usually gives me. And a great way to discover new apps is through friends and through family and through people that you'll trust. So we've picked number 0x4 on our countdown to be
App Invites, where friends help friends find great apps. Apps Invite provides you with an API as developers that can present a simple UI for which the users of your app can invite other users to install the app as well. So I'm, for example, using an app, of course, where I can see Swedish hockey players. So this allows me to invite my friends to use this app. My friends get the invite, they install the app, they engage with the content. Everybody wins. And in particular, you, the application developer, wins, since you get free word-of-mouth marketing for your app. There is nothing better than a friend referral of your app. And of course, there are controls in place to protect the user experience for this.
So shall we celebrate the App Invites API with a...
That sounds good. Okay. Google Play Services. Yeah.
I'm going to show some love to this side of the room, so let's... You get folks ready? This thing's got a bit of recoil, so... Ooh! Oh! Almost! Almost. Should we do one more?
Yeah. Anyone want one of these? Good catch over there. Oh, I gave it away.
OK, so when Magnus reached the back of the room, it was at 300 PSI. I've just put it to 600. No, only kidding.
Oh.
Ooh, nice.
Watch the screens. All right, and we've already spoken a bit about maps and location and the importance of having an accurate location to offer the best possible services. But it's not all about location, right? It's about places. And there's no place like home, right? So therefore, our 0x3 on our countdown list is
the Places API, and there really is no place like home, or if you've watched me on YouTube, there's no place like the nearest coffee shop, and that's what the Places API is all about. It's got over 100 million locations in it, and we saw lots of cool stuff about the Places API and the things that you can do with Places in the keynote this morning. But like one story I like to tell was like a couple of days ago, I've been to San Francisco so many times and I'd never been to the Golden Gate Bridge. So a couple of days ago, I went to check out the Golden Gate Bridge, and it's beautiful, it's an awesome thing, and I was using an app that showed me that there was some latte art in a coffee shop that wasn't too far away, and I had to go check it out. And this was the kind of thing that I discovered from an app that was using the Places API. So think about your app and the kind of things that you can do in your app. You can give your users access to what's available all around them at this moment in time, particularly when they're not at home, when they're traveling somewhere. They can discover new things that will actually delight them. And like, you know what, it's great to build a generic app that has coffee shop details or ski run details or ice rink details or anything like that. When you can build a one that takes advantage of this rich information about all of these places, over 100 million places. Think about how you can delight your apps think about how you can delight your users with apps that do that. And the time to build the apps that does this, I believe, is right now. So are we going to celebrate?
Let's celebrate, yes. The Places API. Am I doing this right now? I'm kind of forgetting as I go along here.
Have you cranked it all the way up?
Yeah, it's all loaded.
Hang on, I'm going to hide again.
The Google Play Services. Over there. Oh, that came in pretty fast. This is not an exact science, by no means.
Yep.
It all depends how you tape the shirts, and so anything can happen.
We had so much fun preparing for this.
Google Play Services. Here we go. Whoa! Oh, good catch over there.
Nice. And is that a Portland Trailblazers hat I see? Cleveland Browns, and you can catch a ball. Nice. And this brings us to number 0x2 on our countdown, which is
app indexing. With more and more apps coming out every day, it's getting harder and harder for the users out there to discover your app. App indexing solves this by providing you with the capability to take content, specific content in your app, and surface that through this API and make it part of the Google Search Engine Index. That means that users that are using Google Search out there, searching for this type of content, can actually discover your app. So it's a great new feature. And the search integration goes even beyond this. Your users can now engage with your app through Google Voice search commands. So for example, OK Google,
search restaurants nearby?
Search for restaurants or hotel nearby.
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry too.
I don't have any food, so I think I'm just going to celebrate by launching some swag. What do you think?
That sounds good.
OK. So can we have a Google Play Services?
Oh, that's going to hit the screen.
Oh, nice. All righty. One more. All righty. Let's try this side of the room. Can we have a Google Play Services?
Oh, almost the camera.
I wasn't aiming at the camera, honest.
Were you aiming or?
No.
Hey, Lawrence.
Yeah? Yeah, what's
up with this countdown, right? There's so much stuff, and we still have 2 left.
That's true, yeah. Well, that just shows how much good stuff we put into Google Play Services, right?
That's right. So what now?
Number 2, or number 0x1 in our countdown, is Google Fit. And Google Fit is really about getting all of your fitness data in one place. And then think about the possibilities for knowing yourself that come from integrating all of this data. Like, in the not-too-distant past, you might have had a heart rate sensor, or you might have had a pedometer, or you might have had like a cool app that measures your bike ride, or a different cool app that measures your run. But think about what happens when you bring all of this together. Like, what was your heart rate like when you were cycling up a hill? What was the impact on your body when you were ice skating? And think about all the ways that you can bring this together. And it's like, that new diet, Magnus, it's looking good on you, buddy.
I don't know.
And it's like, these kind of things you can learn.
I don't think it's working.
And like Fit gives you access to all of these different types of sensors that I was talking about. It gives you access to a recording API. And the idea behind the recording API is that you can smartly automate what to record and when. It gives you access to a history API. And the nice thing about the history API is you can then do a deep dive into the historic data around your health. And maybe you'll discover trends that weren't apparent to begin with. My personal favorite is the Sessions API. And the idea behind the Sessions API is it allows you to measure fitness data in different ways at different times. I'll give an example. My son runs track for his team, and he's actually running in a track meet right now. So after the session, I've got to find how he did. And in the 400 meters race, he can do 400 meters in a little under 60 seconds. But his fitness data while he's doing that 400 meters race is vastly different than his fitness data in the hours that he's training for that race. And with the Sessions API, one could build an application that's optimized for a scenario such as that one. And then another one, which is really, really cool, of course, is custom data types. So maybe somebody here is an expert on unicycling and the impact that unicycling has on the body. Oh, we got one at the back. Are you an expert on unicycling? Nice. Or maybe you're an expert on ice skating or something else like that. So things that we haven't thought about, things that we haven't built in, you can actually extend using these custom data types.
All right.
Time to celebrate?
Yeah. Should we celebrate Google Fit with Google Play Services? Yes! There we go. Oh.
Nice. Oh.
That actually hit exactly where I wanted it to. All right, let's try another one.
Google Play Services?
Yes! Whoa.
Ooh, nice.
Nice catch over there.
So we're getting to the end of our countdown, and we've reached number 1, or 0x0 as we like to call it. But any C++ developers here? No, that's not a null pointer, okay? So we reached the top of our countdown, and
yeah, that's right. And our number 1 feature is something that brings all of these things together. It is Android Wear. We introduced Android wearables at Google I/O last year, and boy, has it come a far way since. If you haven't looked into Android Wear and you're not developing for Android Wear, you really need to start, because this is a new computing paradigm that is just off its starting blocks. You can now, for example, attach any number of wearable devices together with your phone. I got 2 devices right here that are paired with my phone over here. And the new Channel API and the Capabilities API allows all of these devices to talk in real time and also transfer file between them. And the Capabilities API allows each of the nodes to surface the capabilities they have. For example, if they have connectivity to the internet. And the devices are getting more and more capable out there. For example, just now, a couple of hours ago, the Maps API was launched for Android Wear in the Android Wear SDK, and that allows for you building native wearable applications that use the Maps API directly.
That's pretty cool. So
That's
while
pretty
I'm
cool.
navigating, I can see it on my wrist.
That's
right?
amazing. It's thanks to this advancement in sensors, etc. Also, as you heard in the keynote, Google Fit now also supports squats, sit-ups, and pull-ups, in addition to running, bicycling, and walking. So all of these capabilities are there also to detect activity. And all of these sensors are getting better, and the mobile SDK, we're enhancing all the time to take advantage of these new hardware improvements. All these things, they are transforming the wearable to something beyond just an extension of the phone. So get on board the wearables train, because it's sure to change the way we humans and technology interact.
So should we celebrate the wearables platform or null pointer or 0x0?
Absolutely. This is the first place. Go ahead.
This is my favorite color T-shirt. I wanted to keep this one. So let's have a Google Play Services. Oh,
all right. Google Play
Services.
Services. Google Play Services. OK.
One more. I'll stay away from the cameraman with this one. Google Play Services.
Oh, it's going to hit the screen. It did actually hit the screen.
Wasn't me. Can we scroll the notes down a little? So when your users can find new things that they'll love.
Are continually delighted by your app.
When they can connect with each other and the technology just gets out of the way.
Can put the content on any screen.
When your users have gigabytes of free storage that they can access anywhere.
Can securely sign into your app.
They can easily, quickly, and safely make payments online.
And are always in the moment, immediately informed of what they want to know.
When your users are hyper-locally connected to the world that they live in.
Find the content that they desire.
Have all of their bio and fitness information in one place.
And are connected to the distributed, wearable computing revolution. When your users are doing all of these things, then you are developing using Google Play Services. There is a huge green field of opportunity here to develop, engage, and earn. If you look at all of these things that we've talked about today, all of these APIs, and start to imagine what you can do when you combine them together, it's going to be something fantastic. We really look forward to see what gets out there in the next 12 months. And if it's anything like the previous ones, then you better buckle up. It's going to be a heck of a ride, because Google Play Services. That's right.
Thank you. So we have a few microphones set up for questions, and there's a little bit more swag for folks who have questions. So if you have any questions for Magnus, or if you have any questions for Magnus, just please, ask them at the microphone.
Stop it. Also, please provide feedback to the session using these links over here.
And we have some of the folks from the Google Play Services team at the back here. Can you give us a wave?
Yeah.
So if you've got any questions for those folks too, they're going to be here, and they're also going to be in the Code Labs area at the back.
These are the engineering folks of Google Play Services, so take the advantage of asking them technical questions, OK?
And we might have to pull some of them up here if we can answer some questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you just talk about the relationship between Android Pay, Wallet, Instant Buy, Buy with Google, all of these things?
Yes.
And thanks.
So, so Android Pay, you can look at that as an extension of Google Wallet. It's a Google Play Services component. When you look at Instant Buy, that's not an API directly connected to Google Play Services. It's outside to deal with virtual goods, not physical ones. So if you're not dealing with physical things, so to say.
Cool. Maybe this side?
Hi. So I've set up app indexing in my Android app. And I was wondering how long does it take for those things to start getting indexed? When will you start seeing those being surfaced in Google search results?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm not sure the specifics, but it should be pretty fast, right? How long ago did you set it up?
At least a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should take that offline.
Yeah, I'll talk to these guys at the back to
But
check
it's not
on
an exact science. As all things with Google search, right? It does
So it's black box.
It does its crawling. But certainly, we can follow up with somebody that's more technically capable to answer that question. All right?
About this side?
Yeah, I saw that you had the voice integration that you could use sort of the same way that you use Google Now, but inside of the application. Is that limited to just the search functionality, or can you use that to launch other things or do other types of actions in the app?
Right? Yeah. Do you want to, oh, there's a limited set of keywords that you can do with it right now, but that set of keywords is being extended. And there's also some keywords that like are whitelisted that you can check with the folks to get it used. And definitely the folks at the back of the room will be the ones who'll be able to give you, if you have a specific keyword that you want to have triggered in there, they'll be able to lead you and help you in that.
But search X and Y will work for any app.
Yeah. Yeah. Over here.
I'm from Hong Kong. You just mentioned that Android Pay is similar with Google Wallet, but this is for physical goods. So are we going to have the same profit sharing scheme that is 30% of the payment amount have to give to Google?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, when we are developers, so when we are doing in-app purchase or using Google Wallet, the payment 30% of the payment amount will be token by the Google Pay or by the Google Wallet. So is this the same amount, same proportion on Android Pay?
We can't answer. Come to us afterwards. We'll find the person that can answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Wow. That's a good question, though. But I mean, my understanding is that the pay for like selling goods and that kind of thing is separate from the amount that you pay for in-app purchases or for App Store purchases and that kind of thing. So my imagination would be that it's somewhat different, but I don't know the exact figure. So maybe this side.
Hi. Are you guys doing anything with the location APIs in order to add more inputs to Fuse Location Provider, such as indoor location mapping or any other sensors?
Yeah, so we're working on this all the time. We're actually adding and like looking into new stuff all the time, but we don't have any actual specific ones that we can announce at this time. Sorry. All right. On this side.
Yeah, so for the invite API, there is any way to detect the closed loop? So if I invite anybody, is there any way you are going to notify me that the people I invited, one of those, they downloaded the app or not?
That's a good question. I don't know. So when you invite somebody, so to repeat the question, when I invite somebody, I want to know if they've accepted the invite or not. Yeah. I really don't know, but let me check on that.
That's a detailed question.
That's a really good question.
Or app invites. Come and we can find somebody that can answer that to you also.
Because you don't want to keep asking them again and again and again, right?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Maybe this side?
Hello, guys.
Hey.
I know that it's now possible to connect an iPhone device to Android Wear and to receive all the notifications from iPhone to Wear. Will you expand the framework to work with Wear for iOS applications?
Yeah, I mean, future-looking stuff we can't really comment on right now, but I would say if you want to understand like Wear and how Wear works with iPhone, it's best to speak with the engineering folks, the guys in the red shirts at the back.
Okay.
So sorry, we can't speculate on future stuff.
Thank you.
So,
if any one of you engineering folks down there know the answers to a question, just raise your hand and we'll just hand it over to you. Okay?
We'll just do that for every question. What do you think? How about in the middle here?
So my question's also about app invites. How does that work specifically for games? When you want to, invite a contact of yours or something via games, is that through Google Play Games services?
Yeah. To my knowledge, it would be exactly the same thing as any app stored in Google Play, regardless of whether you use Play Game services or some of the other APIs.
They'll receive an email invite with a link to it in the App Store or in the Play Store, and then they can just click on it to install it, that kind of thing.
Okay, so it's all through email?
It can be through email, and I believe it's also through IMs. Jeff?
You can invite through Google Contacts. You can invite through email and SMS. Am I correct here?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm correct here.
This stuff is so hot off the presses.
Yeah, this was released today, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. This side?
Yeah, I want to ask, how are you keeping the Android payment credentials secure? Are you using Secure Element?
Come up afterwards and we'll find the person.
That's a really good question.
This is the problem with Google.
Yeah.
If you're dealing with Google, we have to realize we're dealing with 12 APIs here, right? So
over 17.
Yeah, over 17. Yeah, top level APIs. If you look at the packages, correct.
So yeah, and it's one of those things that like this is just so new off the presses. We don't have the specific technical details. I'm sorry.
All right.
All right. Last one on this side.
Hi.
are the invitations limited only to applications? For example, I saw a good movie or I listen a good song. Can I send a recommendation to a contact?
App invites, to my knowledge, is limited to apps, but you as an app developer decide which content that actually triggers the app invite. So if you have content in your app that you're interested in telling your friends about and that they engage through your app to get that content, you can actually deep link to that content within your app as part of the app invite process.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much for attending.
Sorry, he wasn't.
JP here. Google is developing a new track of online courses with Udacity. You know Udacity. They brought you such hits as Android fundamentals, mobile web development, and UX design. Let's take a closer look. These courses will investigate mobile app development on the cloud. Sound mysterious? Let's dive in. We have two main suspects, iOS and Android. No matter the suspect, we know how it starts. It's always a simple backend. But then the backend got moved to public cloud infrastructure. Of course, smart, better access, functionality, control, database options. This guy's good. Yeah. He knows that will lead to some pretty cool functionality. Real-time chat, monitoring, analysis, power. Unlimited power. With all that power, you could monitor anything. Trends, bottlenecks, hotspots. This guy's got hotter spots than a cat with lasers. With everything this guy can do, analysis, launch services in minutes, change development environments, mobile cloud development, anything is possible. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's slow down. Let's start at the beginning. Do you want to be part of the investigation? Go to www.udacity.com/Google and join us for the course on developing scalable web applications using the Google Cloud Platform. It comes in two flavors, Python and Java.
I am so excited to welcome you here today, to connect, to celebrate, and even to do some creating.
Engaging with other professional women, getting together and building a community where we support and we celebrate each other, this is important to me.
Making sure that the world knows that there are actually a ton of smart, ambitious, and qualified women in the tech industry.
Women in general don't sell themselves enough, right? Like, you have so many strengths. You do such incredible work.
Yes, you need to have the best career you can possibly have, but what can you do to help others?
It doesn't take very much effort to help another woman in need. It doesn't take very much to help someone with their coding problem.
What I would really like to solve for is creating a global culture that supports building confidence in young women so that they can choose whether they want to be artists or scientists or some combination thereof.
We want you to be at the table, creating the technology that will change all of our lives. And each one of you can help make that so.
Hey, it's Natalie again. Thank you so much for tuning in to the live stream. I have the extreme honor of sitting here with Kelly Schuster. She's an Android developer for iTriage, and I'm excited to have you meet her and have her talk about her work. Welcome, Kelly.
Thank you so much for having me. Honored to be here.
So tell me a little bit, how did you get into the technology industry? I think you had mentioned firmware, hardware, mixing the two.
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about it.
Sure. So I never really thought that I was going to be a tech person in my career. So when I was younger, I started out with a lot of different interests. You know, I did theater, I loved reading, I loved history, and I also loved math and science, but they were just sort of like these extra things. And but I had this intense curiosity about computers. I remember staring at my parents' computer and just being obsessed, like, what is going on? I know there are people in the world that know how this works. It's not magic, and I have to figure it out, you know. So I watched this movie with my sister, Antitrust. It was like this movie about
it was Hackers, because that's how, Hackers for Me, that's what it was.
Really? That's awesome. Yay for Hollywood, getting us into tech.
Which is rare.
Yes, exactly. So there's this scene where he's like at the daycare and he hacks into the system through the daycare computer, and I became obsessed with the idea, like, could you really do that, or was that like a Hollywood thing? So that sort of like got me going on this tech
There's something
area.
famous about hacking.
Yeah, like, could you really do this?
Yep.
Yeah, and I actually, when I went into college, I actually was a political science major, and I had to take a science for political science, and so I opted to take physics. And my advisor was like, no, you're supposed to take like meteorology or like intro to astronomy, like the easy science. I was like, no, I really like physics, it's so fun. So then towards the end of my physics class, I realized I was so depressed that I was going to be done with math and science. So I was like, why don't I just switch to engineering? So I switched over to electrical engineering, and I just loved it. It was so much fun, and I learned how computers work finally, and it was awesome.
Your career zoomed from there.
Yes, exactly. I felt like I hit a niche, and I was just in my stride. Yeah.
So tell me, so now you're an Android developer.
Yes.
And you're working at iTriage. And you were telling me you're the accessibility lead.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to me a little bit about what you're solving for and maybe some of the challenges that you've faced in your current role.
Sure. Okay. So at iTriage, I'm working on a new app for Aetna's new member experience. So you could check like claims or doctors or things like that. It would be, it's going to be so awesome. I can't wait.
It makes healthcare easier.
Yes, exactly. Super easy. Like information when you want it, and it's going to be awesome. And so one of the big pieces that I am personally passionate about is developing accessible apps so that all people can use it. And we're really focused on vision impairment. So I'm an Android developer, so I'm doing Android for the app, but I'm also the accessibility lead for web and iOS as well.
So you're not busy?
Not in the slightest. So it's really cool. I get to work with this group called the Blind Institute of Technology, and they're a nonprofit group run by an engineer and all these tech-savvy people that also happen to be blind. And they come in and they test our app, and I work with them to understand like what can we do from a programming perspective to fix these issues. And I help the developers on our team, about like what are the tips and tricks for coding for web, iOS, and Android that they can implement.
It's cool user testing.
Very cool, yeah. And they have like their own set of standards. It's not tied to specific regulations, but it's tied to actual usability. Because a lot of the official regulations, you can check off all the boxes, but still not have a great user experience.
Right.
So it's
you're
really
putting
cool.
the user first, right? And I think that's what's really important in developing new technology is you don't necessarily have to start from scratch, right? Like know your users. And so it sounds like you guys are doing a great job talking to the community, and from there you're getting the insights to build for them with them in mind.
Exactly, because I feel like I read through the documentation about accessibility, but it wasn't really until I actually got to know them as users that I was like, oh, I was thinking about that wrong. So it's really cool.
No, that's really great. And so what would you say like a challenge was and like a creative solution that you implemented in your current work?
As far as accessibility goes, I think a lot of it is in terms of like not really knowing exactly how the screen reader is going to read things out, and so finding ways to like set content descriptions on layouts as opposed to on specific views. But it's outside of accessibility, like the greater technical challenges. We had kind of a challenge with the back end solution. So when we were looking at all the schedules, and our back end is being developed by another team, and we're not their only stakeholder, and so they were kind of on this longer timeline. So we were like, shoot, we're not going to get everything in time for us to be able to put the app together. So my manager came up with this brilliant solution about, well, why don't we just like have these modes, these different networking modes, and we can build out these fake APIs for us as we develop our app internally.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and then as we start getting the services delivered to us, we can just like flip a switch. I was like, oh, this is such a cool idea.
Yeah.
So we had to be really strict about like separating model view controller in our app, and every platform did this. We pushed the logic of switching modes to the lowest layer of the networking library, and we just started integrating the real back-end services, and it was so awesome because we literally just had to, new base URL, and then maybe a little bit of tweaking with JSON parsing, and it just works. And it's so cool. And there's an Easter egg menu in our alpha channels, so people can switch between like this fake API mode and the real API mode, which is incredible for like the business stakeholders, because it's super hard to demo back-end services to people that are like really high up in companies, because there's like that huge technical gap of knowledge. But if they have the app in their hands and they can toggle back and forth the modes, they can easily see like the progress of the back-end services.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. And so from all of this, you're incredibly passionate about technology, right? And what I love about, so you're not only just doing incredible work at iTriage, you're also out leading and helping more women specifically get into technology. And so you're also one of the founders and leaders of Women Who Code Denver.
Exactly, yeah.
So what is that community like and why is it important?
Oh my gosh, the community is awesome. So I started out in hardware, like we were talking before, with electrical engineering, and a few years ago I transitioned into Android development. And during that time, I just found meetup.com, and I was like, this is amazing. So I
heard them too.
Oh my gosh, they're so great. So I just went through and like signed up for every tech meetup, and I was like, oh, Women Who Code, that sounds cool. And I remember I went to my first meetup for Women Who Code. It was a Ruby study group, and I wasn't really like a huge Ruby person, but I was like, oh, it sounds like fun. And I show up, and there are all these women literally just sitting around hacking and programming, and it was kind of indescribable.
It's like the idea of where we both started was real. It wasn't just Hollywood. It was women actually doing what we always wanted to do.
Exactly. And it was so, like, I didn't even realize I'd never programmed with more than one woman before. And I was like, wow,
really
this
common.
is so cool. Yeah. And I didn't really realize I was missing anything in my life until I went. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. I want to do this all the time. So I started going to their meetups, and they had a lot of really good tech talks. And the woman that was leading Denver was actually moving to Boulder, I think. And so she was going to do the Boulder stuff. And the position opened up, and I was like, do you want to lead? We need someone to lead it. And I was like, I would love to. Like, the women that I meet here are phenomenal. And it's really cool too, because like with accessibility and all these things, I'm interested in the idea of like a full stack or multi-platform knowledge, which is amazing because in the Women Who Code community, we've got Java people, we've got iOS, Android, Ruby on Rails, Scala, like you name it, they're here in my group.
And so when you go to the meetups, you don't necessarily just even have to work on, what you're working on at iTriage. You can work on personal projects. You have personal projects that you're working on outside of your current work?
Yeah, actually. So I have one little app. It's called Should I Buy It? It's sort of...
This already sounds dangerous.
Yes. It's actually... So I'm a personal finance geek, and I like to help people make smart financial decisions.
I like shopping.
Yes, okay.
I'm really good at spending money.
All
I need
right.
to learn how to save it.
This app might help you then. You put in what you're going to buy and how often you think you're going to buy it, and it will tell you if you had invested the money instead, how much you'd have after 10 years.
Yeah, I need this.
Yes, it's awesome.
So
it is available on Android.
It
yes.
is?
Yes.
It's on the Play Store?
Yes, on the Play Store.
Okay, so tell me again, what is it called?
Should I Buy It?
Should I
It's
Buy
a little
It?
green logo with a scale of like a bag of money or a cup of coffee.
All right.
That's,
all right.
yeah.
I think I might, I'm gonna start saving more money because of that app.
Cool.
So again, I'm really thankful that you made time to come and visit us today. You're clearly doing incredible work for accessibility at iTriage, and you're leading Women Who Code Denver. It sounds like you don't really have spare time, but then you've created this awesome app. So anyways, I'll look forward to hearing more innovations that you're creating in the future. Thank you so much for making up
This
the
is
time.
awesome.
Thanks.
We created the How I Show because we found that there were developers in our community that had amazing lessons that they had learned. They had learned them in blood, things that saved them time, things that saved them money, things that got them investments. And the most incredible part was that they really wanted to share these experiences. So rather than keeping them proprietary and locked up to give them an advantage, they said, hey, look, this helped us out and it might help you. And so my role was just to help them tell that story to as many people as possible. We source guests for the How I Show from our network of Launchpad program participants, from Google developer experts, and we just ask them, what's something that you learned along the way that you can share with another person? It can be about a Google technology, it can be about an open source technology, it can be something that they learned in the course of doing their business, and then we just ask them to help shape their story into something super actionable that another startup can learn from just from immediately watching the video. And then we bring them in and help them shape that story. My favorite part about the How I Show, other than just the fact that people are willing to share these kinds of tips, is the interaction that you see in the comments afterwards. So often we'll have a guest on the show that is sharing something, and someone will ask a question in the comments, and then you'll actually see the guest responding to that show. And I really feel like it's helping create this community of sharing these lessons and actually just making the whole ecosystem better. We're in the lab right now prepping new shows that air weekly on the Google Developers YouTube channel, so subscribe there, or check out past videos on our website at g.co/launchpad.
We use beta testing and Google Plus communities to build better products.
We were able to fundraise, we were able to create awareness.
I'm going to tell you how to validate your idea in just 2 days.
Hello, welcome everyone. My name's Matias Duarte, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about Material now, right here, right now. So, happy birthday, Material. It's kind of a cheat. We haven't actually reached a full year. We're 1 month shy, but it's still a pretty amazing milestone, a pretty exciting milestone. Last year at I/O, we introduced material design. We wanted to make a system for designing across platforms and across screen sizes. We wanted to combine the best of modern graphic design with the real utility and usability of surfaces. And most of all, we wanted to create a system that put motion at the heart of design and didn't slap it on as an afterthought. And believe it or not, when we did this and we brought it to you all last year, we didn't actually know how it would be received. We were a little nervous. And it turns out we actually got some love for it. Right on the first day, we started seeing some pretty nice quotes. We got the tech press was able to see and understand what Material was about. Developers started responding immediately with real appreciation for what Material was about. And of course, most importantly, designers seemed to really understand what we were trying to do with Material, trying to create a system that would help and support them in the challenges that they have, designing for all the interactive platforms that we have. So, phew, like, yeah, we could all leave the I/O keynote, go to the bar, have a drink, relax. So this made us feel really good, at least maybe for that first week. But the real question that we have, and I'm sure a question that a lot of you have as well, is how useful is Material? And because we're Google, we like numbers. So we're going to take a look at material design by the numbers to start off this session. Let's start looking at our guidelines, the material design guidelines, what we affectionately call the spec. Over the last year, a little less than a year, it had 2.5 million unique visitors. I think that's pretty good. I mean, maybe if you're a YouTube celebrity or you're doing cat videos, that's not so good. But for a design guideline, we thought that was pretty good. In fact, even more importantly than that, more than half of you, in fact, over 60% of you are returning visitors. And that means material design wasn't just something you checked out once, but it was actually a recurring, useful reference. And we see tremendous activity in the color section, in the typography section, in the iconography section, and of course, in the component section like the fab and other specifications like that. So not just designers seem to be getting some use out of material, but developers as well. If we look at Polymer, which is Google's system for bringing material components to the web, we see that developers have looked at Polymer's paper elements also 2.5 million times the specifications for how to use polymer paper elements. And more importantly than how many times they've actually referenced these is how many paper elements are actually integrated into products, which has been 100,000 paper elements out there on the web, which is really good for a framework that wasn't even out of beta until Jason announced it this morning. Now, of course, you're all wondering about Android, material on Android. Now, it has been pretty exciting to see material apps come out on Android. And if we look at them by the numbers, we see nearly 250,000 material apps in the Play Store, apps that are taking advantage of material design by either targeting Lollipop or using app-compat libraries. Now, maybe that number doesn't seem big enough for you. You're thinking, oh my gosh, there's like 1 billion Android devices out there, or how many gajillion Android apps have been in the Play Store over the last 7 years? But if we put that number in perspective, and we think about Lollipop being released in October of last year, and we look at how many new apps, new Android apps, entered the Play Store since Lollipop was released, we see that the materialized apps account for more than 40% of those apps. More than 40% of the new apps in the Play Store are materialized. And when you think about how many of those apps happen to be games, that number starts looking really good. That means that basically more than 1 in 3 new apps are taking advantage of material. Yeah, you can applaud for that. That's OK. No, it is actually a really exciting start. But we want to make that number even bigger. Design is never done. So we're going to spend a little bit of time now talking about how we can make those numbers bigger, how we can make those numbers grow faster, how we can make it easier for all of you to bring material into your apps and into your designs. We've been continuously updating the material design guidelines to be better and more comprehensive since we launched. And since we launched it, we've updated the guidelines 2 times already. The first time in November of last year, we gave you all sorts of new sections on organizing objects, navigation drawers, scrolling techniques, as well as swipe to refresh, product icons. In April, we gave you another update, more guidance around app structure, data tables. We gave you writing guidelines for material, a whole bunch of other things. Today, we're giving you the biggest update to the material guidelines since we launched them. Whole bunch of new stuff. So it includes refinements to design patterns that you know and love, like the fab. Turns out, a lot of you really liked using the fab. When we launched the spec, we only provided limited guidance on how you could use the floating action button and the different ways it could transform. But many of you thought that the fab could be more flexible and that you could use it to trigger a whole bunch of new things. And we agree. So today, we've expanded the number of patterns that the fab supports and trying to give you a little bit more flexibility in how you can integrate the floating action button into your apps. Since so many of you are visiting the guidelines for help with icons, we decided to invest in a brand new dedicated resource for that. So today, we're expanding the spec to include the material icon library. This site basically contains 750 icons, more than 750 icons for you to use in your projects in an easily organized way that you can browse through and that you can search through, and that gives you one-click easy downloads for icons for integration into your projects. App developers can just find exactly what you need in all the screen resolutions and all the densities that you need in one place. More than that, for web developers, we're actually releasing all of the icons as a web font. And it's very cool. And it has a super cool feature. that makes it very easy to integrate icons, whereby using the ligatures features of modern type systems, you're actually able to type the icon name and have it ligature itself into the icon. If you're a type geek, you'll think this is the coolest thing ever. We have a whole talk tomorrow about material design icons. Material design icons made easy at 10:30 a.m. if you want to learn more about how to use the site, how to use the font, all the extra fun stuff there. Now, one of your biggest requests about material design was help in adapting designs and layouts to different screen sizes. So today, we're adding a major new section to the guidelines specifically focused on adapting material layouts. We're providing detailed guidance on breakpoints between layouts, a scalable, consistent grid, surface behaviors, and relationships across those breakpoints. So these adaptive guidelines and examples, these new patterns, are going to help you create apps that gracefully adapt to any context. We have a talk on understanding the details of these new patterns, also tomorrow at 9 a.m. and later at 1:30 p.m. if the party tonight is a little too good for you. Now, combined with these new patterns for adaptive design, we're releasing another section of the site, a device metrics reference. Now, this reference is going to help you get all the types of information you might want for designing for arbitrary devices, whether they're wearables, whether they're phones, whether they're tablets, whether they're laptops. You're going to be able to get key dimensions, densities, and all those other metrics. But most importantly, this reference helps you understand, for the screen sizes that you're interested in, how to plug those values into the adaptive templates. This means you're going to be able to understand which template and which pattern in these new adaptive templates you should be using for which devices, which orientation. These two resources together are going to take all of the uncertainty that you have right now out of creating layouts that scale across different screen sizes and orientations. And we hope it'll be really, really useful for you. Well, you guys kept asking for it, so I hope you like it. And of course, there's a lot more updates in the guidelines themselves. We have a new section on describing motion in meaningful ways, sections on launch screens, empty states, and a ton more updates and refinements. Now, as material design has evolved, more and more products across Google are also implementing the guidelines into their systems and platforms. So today, we're also releasing new guidelines that specifically target television, auto, and VR in the form of Google Cardboard. We have a talk on designing for VR tomorrow at 11 a.m. and a talk on designing for driving tomorrow at 12:30 that will dive deeper into these guidelines. Together, all of this really makes it our biggest update to material design, the specification, the guideline, the system that helps you design. We hope you'll like that, and we hope you'll continue to give us feedback so we can continue to give you even more updates in the months and years to come. We wanted to do something a little more, though. We wanted to go beyond just guidelines, tools, and references that are perhaps static, dry, authoritative, fixed in those ways. So today, we've refreshed the official Google Design site to be a place where our designers can connect directly with the community of designers and developers. We want to have a place where we can share why we're thinking about things the way that we're thinking, how we go about design, a place where we can host practical articles. For example, articles and videos addressing common concerns for designers and developers that are working in material. Like, how can I go material without losing my brand identity? This article's gone live today, and we have a talk also complementing it tomorrow on expressing your brand in Material, also at 12:30. Or articles with tips on designing easily between different platforms, whether you're starting on iOS or starting on Android or starting on the web. We want you to be comfortable using Material everywhere. And of course, more tutorials, and what I personally enjoy the most, some behind-the-scenes videos, footage, and lots more things like that. So I hope you'll check that out, and I hope that will also be useful for you. Now, all these things are great for designers when you're thinking about what you want to express in Material. But the other thing you kept asking us for was more help in actually implementing Material. And since this is a developer conference, it seems like a good time to talk about what we've done there as well. So, of course, we want to start with Polymer. Last year we announced Polymer, and as we said today, as Jason announced today, Polymer has gone into 1.0, out of developer preview, out of beta today. What that means is that Polymer is far more performant, far more stable, and has a fixed set of APIs now. And Polymer has really been scoped across all modern web platforms, including modern mobile platforms. So if you're designing with Polymer, you're building with Polymer, you have something that can really scale to all the places that the web wants to go. They tell me that they've rewritten every single line of code in Polymer for speed, and it is blazing fast. And what this means, if you're using Material Design with Polymer, is that all of those Material paper elements that you've been using so far, they are now ready for production, letting you build high-quality app-like experiences anywhere on the web. In addition to that, there's a new Polymer starter kit and a catalog that is going to allow you to learn and play with all of these new paper elements and other Polymer elements before you even get started building a materialized app. It includes demos, samples, very easy browsing, and what they tell me is a really cool shopping cart so that you can just download Polymer paper elements without having to open your command line. Of course, on Android, Material is available in L. And you will notice it is faster and more battery efficient in the M developer preview. But there are two things that you're all asking for out of Material in Android. You want more turnkey components, and you want backwards compatibility. So the support library family has always been our traditional answer to backwards compatibility. It's a plug-and-play system that makes it possible to implement features from the newer versions of Android into apps deployed on older versions. And when we launched Material last year, we gave you AppCompat library, which gave you some basic layout support for Material and some basic styling. Today, we're introducing a new library in the support library family, the Android Design Library. And this library enables you to take both the core elements of Material Design to these previous versions of Android, and most importantly, it gives you really turnkey encapsulated implementations of all of the major Material Design elements that you've been asking for. So let's look at some of those elements. Before, even though the fab was a relatively simple implementation, you still had to stitch together maybe 5 or 6 XML files. Today, you can just add a single floating action button tag, and you're done. The new library includes an easy, off-the-shelf card implementation with shadows, side navigation, which we know is very complicated to implement right with all of the details in the spec. Now you can just drop in a navigation drawer view, and all of the details, metrics, behaviors are taken care of for you. You just put your drawer items in a menu tag, and that's it. You're ready to go. Similarly, we're making it just as easy to to build material tabs into your app. And one of my favorites is the toolbar scrolling, also a very complex, nuanced, interactive spec. And today, every aspect of the scrolling spec is now baked into one component. And you can just simply specify which behaviors you want. The pinning, the collapsing, the scrolling off screen, it's all there. We introduced Palette last year, and Palette is fantastic for really integrating your content and your apps. Today, we're giving you an upgrade to Palette, making it 6 times faster. And these are just some of the highlights of the material capabilities that you get. Check out the developer site for more details. And as I mentioned before, SupportLib doesn't just get you complete material components that are easier to deploy. It lets you deploy material to more Android devices. Today, Lollipop represents only 10% of Android devices. By using these newly released material components in SupportLib, you can now bring all of them all the way back to Android 2.1. Yeah. You can lose your shit over that one. That's worth it. So we want to help you embrace material, and we want to evolve material in response to your needs. And material doesn't just evolve through the things that we do, but in the concert and conversation with you. So over the last year, we've also launched a number of different programs to help keep us connected and have this dialogue happen. And I want to highlight a couple of those today. For starters, we've launched a program that we call Design Sprints at Google. These are full-day workshops in our design space called The Garage on Mountain View campus. And we bring companies and teams of designers, program managers, and engineers together to tackle specific problems in their product development, helping them not just with the materialization of their app, but with any aspect of their app design. This has been just a fantastic resource for teaching and reaching out, but also really understanding what are the problems that your teams are facing as you're building applications. It's been a really intense process, but the response to it has been absolutely fantastic. And as you saw in the previous slide, we've engaged with 17 companies, and we're continuing to do that. It's been really, really worthwhile. In addition to that, we've run over 100 design reviews, which are smaller 1 to 2 hour focused sessions where we have some of our designers meet with some of the designers on your teams, walking through specific aspects of implementing material design. Again, this has just been an amazing way to help us stay connected as we help you implement material design, both from a technical and a design standpoint. Now, I was going to advertise the fact that we're doing mini design reviews here at I/O all day today and all day tomorrow in the Design Sandbox, but they tell me these are actually sold out already. So if you've already booked yourself for one of them, don't miss your time window, or it'll be given away to somebody else. And if you couldn't make it to those design reviews, please do reach out to design@google.com. Both the Design Sprint program and the Design Review program are really an important part of the process for us. They're something we want to give to the community as a service. We really want you all to take advantage of them. And of course, in addition to the design reviews that we're doing here at I/O, since you probably can't make it to them if you haven't already booked for them, we do have a full slate of design talks all day tomorrow as well. Once again, showing that design has become really important to Google, not just for our products, but for our outreach and our connection to you. Please come check them out. Last, but certainly not least, last year, we hosted Google's first design conference in Fort Mason here in San Francisco. Let's take a quick look at the video recap of that event.
This should never hurt.
The sound you're about to hear can be devastating to your ear.
You are here.
Listen up, man. Here we go. The sound you're about to hear can be devastating to your ear.
You are here. This should never hurt.
The sound you're about to hear can be devastating to your ear.
You are here.
We hear you.
To the pride in our city. This should never hurt.
We hear you.
To the pride in our city.
We hear you.
You are here.
We hear you.
That was an amazing event. I don't know how many of you had a chance to go to it, but it was an incredible opportunity to connect to the design community, and we had visitors from all over the planet actually brought into San Francisco for that. We had talks, we had panels, we had hands-on workshops, and we're planning an encore. So please stay tuned for plans on what the next Form conference will look like. So at the end of the day, material design is really just a means to an end. The reason we did this is because we want to help you create more beautiful, more immersive, more intuitive experiences for your users, for your customers. So it's only fitting that we close out this session and we shift now to take some time to talk about some of the amazing things that you've all done with Material over the last year. We had a chance to talk to a number of the companies that have gone through this process of going Material and hear their stories. So now we'd like to share a few details about some of their experiences. First up is Trello, a productivity app that helps you organize and share various projects. And you can see Hamid here found that the process of materializing Trello was useful in really focusing the product itself and focusing the design. Material served as a filter, which they found engaging and satisfying for how their app should evolve. But more than that, they also saw some pretty significant impact to some of the metrics that they really cared about. That's the kind of thing we like to see. Let's look at The Hunt, which is an app that helps you discover and share fashion styles. Again, Jenny really appreciated how Material was like an augmentation to the design team, not something that was in conflict or contrast to the design expression that they wanted to have, but something that helped accelerate them. And that also really makes you feel good. That's exactly what we were aiming for. And likewise, the Hunt team told us that they had some impact, some material impact, pun intended, as a result of the materialization of their app. Finally, Pocket Casts, podcast aggregator, was similarly excited about how Material helped evolve their brand, their look and feel, really made their app beautiful, and for them, a 30% increase in sales. And that's fantastic. So stories like this are a testament to why we made Material. This is exactly what we're going for. We're trying to help accelerate and focus and add to the things that you are already trying to do. And if any of you are trying to maybe weigh the trade-offs between the investment in going Material or not, or trying to convince other people about the benefits of going Material, we hope stories like this are useful to you as well. In fact, there's more stories than we could possibly tell at this point in time. But we've been so excited about the work that we've seen coming out of all these developers over the last year that we decided to do something a little more to share some of these highlights with a slightly larger audience. It was very hard, but we've worked with the Play team and the dev team to select 18 of the most outstanding Material apps we've seen and create a special showcase collection. And we'd like to share that with you right now. So let's look at this video. Yeah, those are beautiful. It's amazing to see that we can create a demo reel like this, like the one that we showed at I/O last year, but instead of having it be full of fake conceptual apps that we just dreamed up as examples for how you could use Material, now it's full of real apps that you have brought to life, embracing Material. And it's super, super exciting to see that. So today we're creating and releasing this Material Design Showcase on the Play Store to highlight some of these amazing apps. So additionally, we wanted to recognize some specific executions of Material that we thought were particularly excellent or noteworthy. So we created a Material Design Award. And this year, we decided to give it out to 6 different categories. And we'd like to, right now, today, publicly acknowledge these particular material design pioneers. They're all actually sitting here in front. So I'd like to ask them to stand up right now and get us a round of applause, please. Thank you. The whole team and myself personally are just so thrilled to see you actually bring material design to life, because a system by itself is just an idea. It requires your hard work, your dedication, your innovation, your creativity, the extra sparks that you bring to your implementations of material that make it actually real and make it actually tangible. So thank you again. Oh, wrong slide. Backwards. Yeah. So, in summary, we're just absolutely thrilled by the success of Material in this first year. We want to keep talking to you all. We want to see and learn more from you all about what is working, what isn't working, what more you'd like to see, what crazy ideas and innovations you build on top of, which ways you push and you twist the system and you break the system and you do all the things that real innovators, designers, and developers do. I'm really looking forward to another fantastic year of Material, working together and seeing where it goes from here. I hope we'll be here together again next I/O to celebrate Material's 2nd birthday. But so far, it's been a fantastic first year, and there's lots more exciting stuff to come. So thank you again, all, for coming here. I hear that Drinks are going to be served next, so I don't want to keep you waiting any longer than I have to. But let's raise a toast to Material's first year and Material's first birthday when we get together at the party. Thanks again.
where am I?
Oh no, Building 45 at Googleplex.
And how did I get here?
Gosh, you tell me. You just came here and started speaking.
And what are we doing again?
Good gravy. Presenting Google Play Services 7.3. Get to work.
That's right! Welcome to release 7.3 of Google Play Services. And as usual, we packed it with lots of new features that will allow you to build better apps, because that's what this is all about. And big announcements for Wear is that you can now connect multiple wearables to a phone. Let's check that out. I can't decide which wearable I'm gonna wear today. I kind of like that black one. But that one is better if I'm going jogging. Heck, I can't decide. They're all so nice. Hot dog! Since I have Google Play Services 7.3 installed, I can wear them all at the same time! So this capability allows you to create a network of wearable nodes, all connected to a single phone. And since there can be more than 2 nodes, we are introducing the Channel API in the Wear Data API, which allows you to send large files or even stream data between 2 individual nodes. But how would you know which node you should communicate with? For example, if you wanted to download something. That's the job of the new Capability API, which allows your app to locate nodes supporting a given capability. Over to the many new things in Google Fit. Many things in life are not based on a daily cycle. For example, the work week, the tax year, or a new year. Fitness, however, is all about today, like how many steps have you taken today? How many calories have you put in your body today? How many push-ups have you done today? So to make these today things easier, the History API now provides this method, Read Daily Total, which aggregates data for a given data type from midnight to the current time of day. So you just put in the data type there, and then it returns the daily total. For example, how many steps have I taken today? And since everyone's always talking about how many steps everyone's taken every day, the type step count delta data type can now be queried by all apps on all devices without requiring any authentication. But fitness is not only about activity, it is also about what you put into the body. So therefore, nutrition data types have been added, enabling you to record things like protein, fat, cholesterol, sodium, you name it. Turning to location, where you now specify a maximum wait time for location updates, which enables the system to batch location updates together to reduce battery consumption. And remember the location settings dialog we introduced in the last release? Well, in addition to location updates, it is now also possible to get notified when location settings are changing by getting location availability updates. This release also has enhancement to the common package where Google API Client now allows you to add optional APIs through the Add API if available. So if you previously had to have multiple connections flow for the phone and the wearable, for example, you can now use this feature to simplify your code. And that's it for this time. But check out these resources to get the details. And remember, Google Play Services enables you to build better apps. And now it's your turn to go out there and create these great apps. And don't forget to tell us all about it. Oh yeah!
Hey everybody, hope you're still enjoying I.O. Today I'm going to be chatting with Anil, who's the head of photos, and he showed us this really cool photo stuff during the keynote. So Anil, welcome to Coffee with a Googler. And
thank you, Lawrence. Great to be here.
Now, one of the things that you were talking about was really taking control of your digital life, taking control of your photos.
Absolutely.
Can you tell us all about that?
Yeah, for sure. It's really funny. I often say to people, it's 2015. Yep. We have cars that drive themselves.
Yes, we do.
We got drones delivering packages. But if I want to store, find my photos, share 20 of them with you,
Yep.
it's the unsolved problem of our time.
Yep.
And so that's when we talk about taking back control of your digital lives. It's really about how we're sort of in this information overload. And we're, with photos, really trying to do what Gmail did for email.
Okay.
Really make it just easy for you to be able to not have to worry about your photos, have peace of mind that they're safely backed up and you can
Nice.
access them whenever you
Nice.
want. Make it really easy to be able to find that photo so you don't have to scroll forever and be able to make really great moments and then obviously be able to share them really easily.
Sure, and it gives you this this home for photos, right? So instead of some photos being on this device and I forgot to back these ones up and I backed those ones up, that it's this one single repository where I can keep all my photos. right?
Exactly, and we want to make it such that you can pick up any device and you
Okay.
can have access to all of your photos instantly there. You don't have to worry about, oh, is that one on my iPhone, or is that one on my Android, or is that one on my home computer?
Right.
You just have your entire life of memories on any device that you pick up and go into the Google Photos app.
Now, one of the things you were showing today was just how easy it is to share these photos, and people don't need a different app to get into them or a permissions link. How does all that work?
So we want to make sharing really easy. And I have this with my wife all the time. So, she takes a bunch of photos of the kids, I take a bunch of photos of the kids, and we're trying to exchange photos because we all want to hold on to them, we all want them together. And normally you have to share them in some way or with some app, and then you download, and then you re-upload. And so with Google Photos, we said, let's just make it really simple. So we make it so you can just sort of select all of the photos really easily, say grab a link. You can send that link to anyone. It's a really secure link. But anyone who has it can get access to the photos and see that content, and they can just tap one button, and all of those photos and videos are immediately copied into their libraries.
Nice, nice. Now, do they need to have a Google ID at least to be able to sign in to get that storage?
And if they want to be able to copy those photos and videos into their library, then they need a Google Photos library, which means they just need a standard Google account.
Sweet.
But if they want to just view the content, so if I want to take the photos and I want to share them to my kids' grandparents, and I want them to be able to just access it, I don't have to worry about it. I can just send it over SMS even. They can click on the link, and immediately they'll just see all the beautiful photos and videos.
That's really cool. And now if I'm a Google Drive user, I can see all of this in my Google Drive, right?
Exactly, and that's why we wanted to make sure between Drive and Photos, it doesn't matter which door you come into. Ultimately, it's your photos and videos. You should have them accessible in either place. So photos you put in Drive can show up in Photos, and photos that are in Google Photos are available to you in Google Drive.
Right, and I have 15 gigabytes of storage in Drive, but I don't need to worry about all those gigabytes of pictures, right? Because it's unlimited.
Yeah, well, so we have essentially two different ways that you can store content. If you care really deeply about the original bytes, you want to have the last bytes down to the very, very last ones, and you want to make sure that you can back up raw files that are 30 megapixel or 4K video, then we have our traditional plans where you can pay $10 a month for a terabyte, still some of the cheapest storage on the planet. You get 15 gigabytes for free across all your Google services, and that continues. But as we were talking to people and we realized the challenges in this sort of taking back control of your digital lives is we take so many photos and videos. And most mobile devices are less than 16 megapixels in terms of the cameras they take. Almost all the videos people are producing are 1080p. And we thought, what if we could take these photos and videos that these people are creating and let them have peace of mind? We can back them up unlimited for free. And so that's why we created this ability now to back up a lifetime of memories unlimited for free. Under 16 megapixels for photos, 1080p for HD videos, and then we use compression to maintain a near identical visual quality.
But you showed that picture of the penguins, right? And that was a compressed picture.
Yeah.
And it was still just beautiful fidelity in it. Right?
Absolutely, and we have some examples where we go and we zoom in at like 4 levels of detail, and really in there to the exact same levels, and we really try to make it such that it's indiscernible to the human eye, because our goal, and that's why we sort of figure out the right things based on the right photos, and we do different techniques, is because we really want this to fit. You want comfort. That like if this is the only copy of that photo you have, we want you to feel incredibly comfortable and with peace of mind that you can always have access to that photo, and it's a good enough high quality photo. You can print it, you can share it, and it's just like the memory that you remember and just like the photo you took.
Yeah. Now, my daughter is in love with penguins. She absolutely loves penguins. And when I was looking at that picture, I was thinking, I have to send her that picture. But she's one of these people, and I'm sure she's a teenager, and lots of teenagers that they'll take out their cell phone and they'll take picture, right?
Absolutely.
She'll take 10 selfies of herself, and then she'll like pick the right selfie, and then she doesn't like the others. And are we doing anything like, you know, for that overwhelming amount of pictures?
Yeah, I mean, we have just scratched the surface of all the things we need to do with photos. We're pretty excited about these 3 key ideas. We think there's more that we can do to help you easily and safely back up your life of memories. We think we want to make sure it's even easier to be able to find and organize. What you're describing is very much in that category about like, make it easy for me to hold on to just one of the 10. Right. And how about when I share with my wife, make it really easy for us to be able to put those photos in a single place. Like, there's a lot of really great opportunities here. Cool. And so we're just getting started in photos. We've got a lot to do.
Oh, I mean, you've done so much, right? One thing really piqued my curiosity this morning. So you were showing this thing that had like faces of your relatives. Yeah. And you picked like your niece, I believe it was. And then it showed like pictures of her all the way down to a baby. Right. But how did it understand like that the baby is the same person because the face is different, right?
Yeah, so we auto-organize your library by the people, places, and things that matter. Okay. So in my particular case, it was very much my wife, my 2 kids, you know, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, the brothers and sisters, et cetera, friends. And in the case of the niece, what we do is we group faces that are similar, typically in within a few years of an age group. So for example, in her case, we would have likely done something from when she was a baby to being very young, and then something in sort of her middle kind of toddler to you know, 8, 9 years old, and then now when, you know, she's 10 to 15 years old. And what we do is we get high levels of confidence on those groupings. Okay. But then what we can do is, based on some really great, amazing computer vision, is we can calculate sort of feature and distance vectors around how people naturally age. And we can start looking at these sort of 3 groups, and we can look at the progression that someone has had, and we can say, you know what, the similarities here, when you apply the way people start to age, are actually make these things look like they're really, really close. And we can bring these 3 neighboring clusters together in a sort of a single one and say, hey, this is actually sort of the same face. Right. And because we're doing this 100% private for your eyes only, it's also really easy for you to go in and say, hey, you know what, Google Photos, you made a mistake. These 4 people, that's a different baby. Right? Yeah. And so we try to do the best that we can, but we acknowledge that every now and then we're not going to do it right, but we make it really easy for you to tell us and then still get, you know, curate those results in the right way.
We're running low on time, but there's one last question I got to ask, and that was like the mountain biking thing, the videos that you showed. Like that was like hours of videos, right? But how was it able to take those hours of videos and turn them like into that one exciting moment, including you taking the tumble?
Yeah, I wish it left that part out, by the way.
No, I love it. I want to keep it in.
So what we do with our movies is when people upload lots of videos, we find that no one really consumes them because you typically get a great 3 to 4 second moment, but you often capture minutes of video. Right. In that example, I captured multiple hours of GoPro footage, right, when you're mountain biking. And so you sort of upload it because you're like, oh, maybe there's a nugget in here, but honestly, I never would have got back to it. And so what Google Photos did for me is it analyzed that content. It looked for what the best shots are based on the composition, the lighting. It looked for faces. It looked for motion. And it gave me particular clips and was able to stitch that together automatically. Now it's a starting point. I can go in and edit it. I can say, you know what, I don't want these 3 clips, or I want to add these, or I want to change the theme or soundtrack. It gives me some options, but it's a great starting point. We use some really great technology to put that together.
And it just created a nice little story for you, right?
Exactly. Well, and that's a moment.
We do this.
And then I would share that. Yeah. Right? I was never going to share 4 hours of GoPro footage of me mountain biking.
Well,
a 24-second
some people would
video.
love to watch it, but
you're too kind. I don't think they would, but yes.
You know, so thank you so much, Anil. That was fabulous. And you know, the new Google Photos, it's available to download now for iOS and Android. So go check it out.
And it's also on the web, photos.google.com.
Also on the web. So I can actually take my old photos and upload them on the web?
Absolutely, right now.
Sweet. Photos.google.com, and it's available for Android and iOS. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Anil.
Lawrence. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, I know this is a really simple example, so let's switch over to our code editor and we can actually start wiring up some Polymer elements. If you guys are interested in that. It makes the whole app have this really nice, snappy feel to it. Pretty simple, right? And there's a few ways that you can achieve this effect.
It's best to have a decent understanding of how things work under the hood instead of it being some mystery black box. For many people, bandwidth and file sizes are still real concerns. We know who you are. Don't you want to click on it? I know I do. So you give it a try and enjoy. You just might learn something.
That's right. And it's exactly the same thing with Google Play Services. It will give you the end-to-end view of what works and what doesn't work, so you can improve and become better. Exactly the way that it should be. Oh, yeah, man!
All
Let's
right.
do it!
Yeah. Young kids, you're afraid of this guy. You're looking at the inner workings of science here, folks. How fitting is it that all of the technological advances we've had over the past 40 years have been because of these crazy, amazing, inspirational thoughts? But that's for a different episode. I outranked Larry Page to be here.
I'd love to hear what he has to say about you.
You shouldn't probably ask him about me.
And thanks for the coffee.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's good coffee too, and it's real.
I'm really excited about what's to come, what developers are going to do.
I'm waiting for the 3D printer that can print a pizza, and then order that through my TV.
Yeah.
But the goal, though, is to have this be available to everyone. Makes perfect sense. Cool.
And that's almost it for this time. I say almost, because there's one more thing to cover.
I imagine a perfect world where there are equal number of men and women innovating and inventing together, and most importantly, leading a group of people by inspiring them.
What if you and me could be that people for someone else? What if you are the one to inspire?
You think that's not possible?
Just imagine. Be proud of what you do and celebrate what you've toiled for.
Nothing can stop you.
So what are you waiting for? I want you and me to be instrumental in bringing about this change.
So this is important stuff.
I encourage you to check out the full documentation, which we will link to at the end of this video.
And we got a separate dev bite going into more detail.
Definitely stay tuned for that. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.